They did not build this camp in the open. They built it inside a mountain, beneath the Harz hills of central Germany, far from cities and cameras. Prisoners were forced into tunnels carved from solid rock. There was no sunlight, no barracks at first, only darkness, dynamite, dust, and rockets. This was Mittelbau-dora, a camp where science and suffering were fused together, where the Nazi regime moved its most advanced weapons program underground and buried human beings with it. Inside these tunnels, thousands of prisoners were worked to death building V-2 rockets, weapons that would rain destruction on London and Antwerp. The engineers designed trajectories. The SS enforced quotas. The prisoners suffocated in toxic air, slept beside the dead, and carved weapons for a regime already collapsing. Unlike other camps, Dora was not built for imprisonment first. It was built for production. Work did not prolong life here, consumed it. It is the story of how modern technology was powered by human misery, of how rockets that promised the future were built in total darkness, and of how, when the war ended, the world chose to remember the scientists more than the prisoners. Tonight, we descend into the tunnels of Dora, and we examine the camp where the sky was never visible, but death always was. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters, and together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The war moves underground. In the summer of 1943, the war began to move beneath the earth. Allied bombers were pounding German cities day and night, reducing factories to rubble and exposing the limits of the Reich's industrial power. The skies that had once symbolized German dominance were now filled with enemy aircraft. Production faltered. Supply lines strained. The promise of technological superiority, the idea that advanced weapons could reverse Germany's declining fortunes, suddenly depended on secrecy, protection, and concealment. And so a decision was made. If factories could not survive above ground, they would be buried below it. In the Harz Mountains of central Germany stood a range of quiet hills, forested and unassuming. Beneath them lay deposits of gypsum and rock, already hollowed in places by earlier mining efforts. The location was ideal, remote enough to avoid attention, yet connected by rail lines that could carry materials and finished weapons across the Reich. It was here that the Nazis began carving one of the most ambitious underground industrial complexes of the war, a vast tunnel system that would eventually house the production of the V-2 rocket, Hitler's so-called wonder weapon. But before the rockets, before the machinery, before the engineers arrived with blueprints and calculations, prisoners were sent into the darkness. Mittelbau-dora did not begin as a standalone camp. It began as a subcamp of Buchenwald. The first prisoners arrived in August 1943, transported in overcrowded railcars and marched toward a site they could barely see in the fading light. There were no completed barracks waiting for them. No prupekishens. No infirmeri. Only tunnels, long, raw corridors blasted into the mountainside, still thick with dust from recent detonations. The prisoners were ordered inside. The tunnels stretched for kilometers, branching into side chambers and cross passages. Explosives echoed through the rock as forced labor crews widened and reinforced the shafts. The air was heavy with smoke and fine gypsum particles that coated skin and lungs alike. Ventilation was poor. Lighting was minimal. The constant rumble of drilling and blasting created a world where time dissolved into sound. For the men forced into this environment, the mountain became both workplace and prison. They slept inside the tunnels on makeshift wooden bunks or directly on the damp ground. There was no separation between labor and rest. No sunlight to mark morning or night. The rhythm of existence was dictated by shifts and commands, by shouted orders and the crack of rifle butts. Food was scarce from the beginning. Thin soup, small rations of bread, calories calculated not for survival, but for minimal functionality. The logic was brutally simple. As long as a prisoner could lift, carry, dig, or assemble, he retained value. When strength failed, he was replaced. The project was overseen by the SS, but it was driven by the demands of the German armaments industry. The V-2 rocket, officially known as the A-4, represented one of the most advanced technological achievements of its time. Designed under the direction of Wernher von Braun and his team of engineers, the rocket could travel faster than the speed of sound, delivering explosive payloads across vast distances. It was intended to terrorize cities and restore fear in Germany's enemies. Yet the weapon's creation depended not on innovation alone, but on coercion. The engineers calculated trajectories and fuel mixtures above ground, often insulated from the daily brutality unfolding below. Inside the tunnels, prisoners hauled heavy equipment, assembled rocket components, poured concrete floors, installed electrical systems, and reinforced ceilings that threatened to collapse. They did so under constant supervision, beaten for perceived slowness, punished for minor infractions, and threatened with execution for sabotage. The transformation of the tunnels into a functioning factory required relentless effort. Rail tracks were laid inside the mountain to transport materials. Assembly lines were constructed in cavernous chambers carved from solid rock. Electrical cables snaked along the walls, bringing artificial light to spaces that had never known daylight. Gradually, the underground complex took shape, not as a refuge, but as a hidden engine of war. Mittelbau-dora was different from many other camps in one crucial way. It was not initially built as a site of mass gassing. Its primary function was production. But production under these conditions became a method of destruction in itself. Exhaustion, malnutrition, respiratory illness from dust and fumes, and untreated injuries claimed lives steadily. Death was not a sudden event here. It was a gradual erosion. As weeks turned into months, the number of prisoners increased. Transports arrived from across occupied Europe, political prisoners, resistance fighters, Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, and men categorized as undesirable by the regime. They entered the tunnels and disappeared into a system that valued output above all else. Above ground, the war intensified. Allied forces advanced in Italy. The Eastern Front consumed entire divisions. Bombers continued to strike German cities. Below ground, the response took shape in steel and fuel lines, in the assembly of rocket bodies that would arc into the sky. The mountain concealed a paradox: technological sophistication powered by medieval cruelty. Eventually, barracks were constructed outside the tunnels, but by then thousands had already endured months in subterranean confinement. Disease spread easily in cramped quarters. Sanitation remained inadequate. Medical care was minimal and often indifferent. Those deemed unfit for work were transferred back to Buchenwald or other camps, where many were executed or left to die. The camp administration maintained detailed records of production quotas, materials used, and shipments completed. Bureaucracy flowed smoothly, even as human lives were consumed to sustain it. Paperwork documented the movement of rockets with greater precision than the suffering of those who built them. By late 1943, the first V-2 rockets began rolling out of the tunnels. Each completed weapon represented both an engineering milestone and a human toll rarely acknowledged. The rockets would later strike London and Antwerp, causing destruction and fear. But long before they reached their targets, they had already left devastation in the tunnels of Dora. Mittelbau-dora was becoming more than a subcamp. It was evolving into a central hub of underground armament production, and a symbol of how the Nazi regime merged industrial ambition with systematic dehumanization. The mountain stood silent from the outside, its forests unchanged. But within, an entire world had been constructed, a world without sky, without mercy, and without rest. This was only the beginning. Chapter 1, Segment 2. Life without sunlight. When the first groups of prisoners were forced into the tunnels of Mittelbau-dora, the mountain did not yet resemble a factory. It was raw, unfinished, and hostile. The ceilings dripped with moisture. The floors were uneven and coated with fine dust. Explosives still echoed through the shafts as new corridors were blasted deeper into the rock. The men sent inside were not engineers or miners by trade. Many were political prisoners from across Europe, teachers, workers, students, clergy, now reduced to anonymous laborers in a project they barely understood. At first, there were no barracks above ground. The tunnels themselves became living quarters. Wooden bunks were constructed directly against the rock walls, stacked in narrow rows beneath low ceilings. In some areas, men slept 3 to a plank, turning in unison because space did not allow individual movement. There was no true night or day. Artificial lights burned constantly, casting pale shadows on walls streaked with grime. The absence of sunlight distorted time. Weeks blurred into one another, measured only by work shifts and roll calls. Ventilation was inadequate. Dust from blasting operations mixed with exhaust fumes from machinery and generators. The air grew heavy and thick, clinging to lungs already weakened by malnutrition. Many prisoners developed chronic coughs within weeks. Tuberculosis spread quickly in the confined space. Others suffered from eye infections and skin irritations caused by constant exposure to dampness and chemical residue. Water was limited and often contaminated. Washing facilities were primitive or non-existent. Hygiene collapsed under the weight of overcrowding. Lice spread easily through thin uniforms rarely changed or properly cleaned. With lice came typhus, and with typhus came fear. A fever in the tunnels was not simply illness. It was often a death sentence. Food rations remained brutally insufficient. A small portion of bread, sometimes a slice of sausage if supplies allowed, and a watery soup that offered little nutrition. The calories provided were nowhere near what was required for heavy industrial labor. Yet each day, prisoners were ordered to lift steel components, push loaded carts along rails, pour concrete, and carry heavy equipment across uneven ground. The logic was merciless but systematic. Production schedules dictated human survival. Those who met quotas might receive marginally better treatment or avoid immediate punishment. Those who slowed down were beaten. Those who collapsed were dragged aside. A man who could no longer stand upright was no longer considered useful. The camp functioned on replacement. New transports ensured a steady supply of labor to compensate for those who died. Work shifts often lasted 12 hours or more, sometimes extending beyond that when deadlines loomed. The V-2 rocket program had become a priority for the regime. Every completed rocket was framed as a potential turning point in the war, a weapon capable of striking distant cities without warning. The urgency of this belief filtered down into the tunnels as relentless pressure. Supervisors demanded speed. Mistakes were punished harshly. Accusations of sabotage, whether real or imagined, could lead to execution. The prisoners quickly learned the geography of the underground complex. 2 main tunnels stretched deep into the mountain, connected by cross passages. Over time, these corridors were lined with assembly stations, storage areas, and transport tracks. The sound inside was constant. Metal clanging, engines humming, orders shouted in German, boots striking stone. Silence rarely existed. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and fractured. Men returned from shifts coated in dust, too exhausted to speak. Some whispered prayers. Others stared at the ceiling in silence. The body craved rest, but the environment denied recovery. Every ache remained. Every wound lingered. Minor injuries festered in the absence of proper treatment. The SS guards stationed at Dora were trained in discipline and enforcement. Their authority was absolute. Punishments ranged from beatings to confinement in makeshift cells carved from the rock. Public hangings were sometimes carried out within view of other prisoners as warnings against defiance. Fear was not incidental. It was integral to maintaining order. Above ground, construction slowly progressed. Barracks began to rise near the tunnel entrances, offering slightly improved but still brutal conditions. Even then, overcrowding persisted. As production expanded, so did the prisoner population. Men arrived from Buchenwald, Auschwitz, and other camps. Some had already endured years of imprisonment before reaching Dora. Others were newly arrested. All entered a system that prioritized machinery over humanity. Medical care was minimal and often indifferent. The infirmary, once established, lacked supplies and adequate staff. Prisoner doctors did what they could with limited resources, but decisions were shaped by SS directives. Those too weak to work were often transferred back to Buchenwald, where many were executed or left to die. In Dora, illness became a quiet filter, separating the temporarily useful from the permanently expendable. The psychological toll matched the physical. The absence of sunlight affected morale in ways difficult to articulate. Men spoke of losing their sense of self. Without sky, without changing seasons, without natural rhythms, identity eroded. Names were replaced by numbers. Individual histories faded beneath the weight of routine and exhaustion. Yet even within this environment, small acts of solidarity emerged. A shared crust of bread. A whispered warning about a particularly cruel overseer. Prisoners with technical skills sometimes attempted to slow production subtly, misaligning components or introducing minor delays that would not immediately be detected. These acts carried enormous risk. Discovery meant torture or death, but they reflected a refusal to surrender entirely to the system. As autumn turned to winter in 1943, conditions worsened. Cold air seeped into the tunnels. Dampness intensified. Respiratory illnesses increased. The number of dead rose steadily. Bodies were removed and recorded with bureaucratic precision. Cause of death might be listed as heart failure or pneumonia, masking the underlying truth of systematic overwork and deprivation. Meanwhile, the rockets continued to take shape. Sleek metal shells assembled piece by piece in the same corridors where men coughed and stumbled. Engineers inspected components. SS officers monitored output. Trains carried finished rockets away from the mountain, their destinations guarded in secrecy. Mittelbau-dora was transforming from an emergency relocation project into a permanent installation of the Nazi war machine. The underground factory expanded, its infrastructure solidifying. But for those inside, stability brought no relief. It meant only that the system of labor, punishment, and attrition had become entrenched. The mountain concealed everything. From a distance, the Harz landscape remained peaceful. Forests blanketed the slopes, villages carried on with daily life. But beneath the surface, thousands of men labored in darkness, their lives measured in output rather than days. Life without sunlight became normal. Exhaustion became constant, and the line between labor and death grew thinner with every passing week. Chapter 1, Segment 3. From Subcamp to System. By late 1943, Mittelbau-dora was no longer merely a remote subcamp attached to Buchenwald. It was evolving into something far larger, a central hub in the Reich's desperate attempt to reverse the tide of war. What had begun as an emergency relocation of rocket production into the Harz Mountains was becoming a permanent industrial complex powered entirely by forced labor. The tunnels were extended, reinforced, and organized into assembly lines. Concrete floors replaced bare rock in key sections. Electrical systems were expanded. Rail tracks were laid deeper into the mountain to move heavy components. Above ground, administrative buildings, guard towers, and additional barracks appeared, formalizing what had once been improvised. The transformation was bureaucratic as much as physical. Paperwork multiplied. Rosters were updated. Production quotas were standardized. Dora gradually separated administratively from Buchenwald, gaining its own command structure. The camp commandant answered not only to the SS Camp Inspectorate but also to officials directly connected to the armaments industry. The line between military engineering and concentration camp administration blurred completely. Production demands now dictated prisoner transfers, punishments, and even life expectancy calculations. Transports continued to arrive. Prisoners came from across occupied Europe. Poles, French resistance members, Dutch civilians, Soviet prisoners of war, and Jewish detainees transferred from other camps. Many were selected specifically for their technical knowledge: machinists, metalworkers, electricians, skills the underground factory required. Others were simply bodies to move stone, pour concrete, or carry components. Upon arrival, men were stripped, deloused, registered, and assigned numbers. Within hours, many were sent directly into the tunnels. The camp hierarchy took shape in familiar patterns seen throughout the concentration camp system. Certain prisoners were appointed as capos, foremen responsible for supervising work details. Some used their limited authority to protect others where possible. Others enforced discipline with brutality, seeking to preserve their own positions through violence. The SS exploited these divisions deliberately, creating a system in which prisoners were forced to police one another. Inside the tunnels, the rhythm of production intensified. Assembly of the V-2 rockets became more structured. Sections of fuselage were welded and fitted together. Guidance systems were installed. Fuel tanks were tested. Each stage required precision. Engineers from the Piedmont program visited periodically to oversee progress and correct flaws. They moved through the tunnels with clipboards and technical drawings, rarely acknowledging the human cost that made their work possible. Mistakes were treated as sabotage. If a defect was discovered in a finished rocket, investigations followed. Prisoners suspected of intentional damage faced interrogation, beatings, or public execution. Fear became an everyday companion. Yet subtle resistance persisted. Some workers filed metal slightly off measurement. Others misaligned wiring by fractions of an inch. These tiny acts rarely halted production entirely, but they introduced uncertainty. In a system obsessed with efficiency, even small imperfections mattered. Above ground, the camp expanded into a network. Subcamps spread outward across the Harz region and beyond. Prisoners were dispatched to satellite sites where additional tunnels were carved into hillsides for armament production. The underground concept replicated itself: concealment through geography, output through coercion. Dora was no longer isolated. It was becoming the center of a widening web of forced labor camps feeding into the Reich's war economy. As numbers grew, mortality increased. Starvation remained constant. The daily ration was still insufficient for heavy labor. Men weakened quickly under the strain of continuous shifts and poor ventilation. Pneumonia, tuberculosis, and dysentery spread rapidly in the damp environment. The infirmary could not accommodate the influx of sick. Selection processes became routine. Those deemed unfit were sent away, often back to Buchenwald, where many were killed. The camp's death rate rose steadily, recorded in ledgers with mechanical detachment. Punishments also became more formalized. A gallows was erected within sight of other prisoners. Public executions were staged to reinforce discipline. Bodies sometimes remained on display for hours as warnings. The spectacle was deliberate, a reminder that the mountain belonged to the SS and survival depended on obedience. Despite this, the prisoners' internal world did not disappear entirely. Cultural fragments persisted. Men recited poetry quietly during brief rest periods. Engineers shared mathematical problems to keep their minds engaged. Clergy whispered prayers. These acts did not change the structure of the camp, but they resisted the total erasure of identity the system demanded. Winter approached again, and the tunnels grew colder. Frost formed near entrances where air met stone. Condensation dripped from ceilings onto sleeping men. The dampness penetrated clothing and bone alike. Exhaustion deepened. Some prisoners began to speak of the outside world as something abstract, almost imaginary. The mountain had become its own universe, bounded by stone, controlled by schedules, defined by quotas. Meanwhile, beyond the Harz, the war shifted. Allied bombers continued to strike German cities. The Eastern Front pressed closer. Each setback made the rockets more symbolically important to the regime. They were described as wonder weapons, capable of restoring fear and altering momentum. In response, pressure on Dora increased. Production targets rose. Supervisors demanded faster assembly, tighter coordination, fewer errors. The irony was stark. As Germany's territorial control shrank, the underground factory grew more ambitious. Resources were diverted toward weapons that promised technological salvation, even as the workforce producing them collapsed from overwork. The system fed on contradiction. It demanded precision from starving men. It required speed from bodies barely able to stand. By early 1944, Dora was officially recognized as an independent concentration camp complex. Its identity had solidified. No longer simply a hidden annex of Buchenwald, it stood as the epicenter of underground armaments production. The administrative shift did not improve conditions. Instead, it institutionalized them. What had been chaotic hardship hardened into structured exploitation. The mountain concealed the transformation from view. Forests still covered the slopes. Snow fell quietly across the landscape. Yet beneath that surface, thousands of prisoners labored in darkness, forging weapons that would be launched across Europe. The factory had achieved what its architects intended: invisibility combined with output. But invisibility did not mean absence of memory. Among the prisoners, the understanding grew that they were witnessing something unprecedented. A camp designed not only for imprisonment or extermination, but for the industrial conversion of human endurance into machinery. Mittelbau-dora was proving that terror could operate beneath the earth itself, hidden yet systematic. The subcamp had become a system, and that system, sealed inside the mountain, continued to run, efficient, relentless, and indifferent to the lives consumed in its shadow. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The Engineers of the Underground Reich. When Mittelbau-dora became independent in 1944, it was no longer merely a site of forced labor. It was the centerpiece of one of Nazi Germany's most ambitious technological projects, the mass production of the V-2 rocket. In official documents, the weapon was designated the A-4. In propaganda, it would later be called a Vergeltungswaffe, a weapon of retaliation. To the prisoners inside the tunnels, it was simply another object assembled at the cost of their strength, their health, and often their lives. The V-2 was unlike any weapon that had come before it. Designed as the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile, it carried a 1-ton warhead and could travel faster than the speed of sound. Once launched, it rose into the upper atmosphere before descending toward its target. There was no warning siren, no interception. The explosion arrived without notice. London, Antwerp, and other cities would eventually feel its impact. But inside Dora, The rocket existed in pieces, sections of metal, cables, tanks, engines, carried by men who barely had enough energy to lift them. The decision to relocate rocket production underground followed the Allied bombing of Peenemünde in August 1943. The attack demonstrated that surface facilities were vulnerable. If Germany was to continue developing and deploying its new weapon, production had to be hidden. The Harz Mountains provided that concealment. What had once been a gypsum mine would now become a fortress of technology buried in stone. Civilian engineers and scientists arrived to oversee operations. Many had worked previously at Peenemünde. They were specialists in propulsion systems, aerodynamics, and guidance mechanisms. Their expertise was essential. Yet they depended entirely on the labor of concentration camp prisoners to turn theory into hardware. The engineers moved through the tunnels in leather coats and clean boots, inspecting assembly lines illuminated by harsh electric lights. Around them, prisoners stood in striped uniforms, gaunt and silent, tightening bolts or soldering wires. The relationship between engineer and prisoner was complex and uneven. Some engineers maintained professional distance, avoiding direct cruelty but rarely questioning the system that sustained their work. Others treated prisoners with open contempt. A few, in isolated instances, attempted small acts of mitigation, slowing production to reduce punishment or quietly adjusting expectations. But the overall structure remained unchanged. Scientific ambition operated within and benefited from a system of coercion. Production inside the tunnels followed a carefully organized sequence. Raw components arrived by rail from across the Reich. Steel casings, electronic parts, fuel systems, and guidance instruments were delivered to the underground complex. Prisoners unloaded shipments and transported materials along narrow-gauge tracks deeper into the mountain. Assembly proceeded in stages. One team prepared the fuselage. Another installed wiring harnesses. Engines were mounted with careful alignment. Gyroscopic guidance units were calibrated with meticulous precision. Every stage demanded accuracy. A misaligned part could cause catastrophic failure. The V2's liquid fuel engine was particularly complex, requiring exact measurements to ensure combustion stability. Engineers conducted inspections frequently. Prisoners worked under constant observation. The atmosphere was tense, not only because of exhaustion but because errors carried severe consequences. If a rocket failed during testing, investigations followed. Sabotage was always suspected. Prisoners could be interrogated or executed if deemed responsible. The fear of collective punishment hung over work details. Entire groups might lose rations or be subjected to beatings if defects appeared. This created a paradoxical dynamic. Prisoners were expected to maintain high technical standards while enduring conditions that undermined their physical and mental capacity. As output increased, so did the pace. By mid-1944, the underground factory aimed to produce hundreds of rockets per month. Production quotas were set with little regard for the human toll. Shifts extended for 12 hours or more. The air inside the tunnels remained thick with dust and chemical fumes. Ventilation systems were inadequate, especially in sections where fuel components were handled. Workers developed chronic coughs and respiratory problems. Many fainted at their stations. The SS command viewed Dora not merely as a camp but as an industrial asset. Reports emphasized efficiency and output rather than mortality. Deaths were recorded, but they were not obstacles to be reduced. They were statistics to be absorbed. Replacement labor could always be transferred from other camps. The system operated on the assumption that human lives were interchangeable. Yet beneath the rigid structure, resistance continued in subtle forms. Skilled prisoners sometimes introduced minor faults into components, small deviations unlikely to be traced immediately. Others passed information between work details about planned inspections or potential dangers. Communication networks formed quietly within the factory, allowing prisoners to support one another when possible. The engineers, for their part, faced their own pressures. The V2 program had become politically significant. Hitler placed personal hope in its ability to alter the course of the war. High-ranking officials visited periodically to review progress. Failure was not acceptable. The engineers' careers and reputations depended on output. Many justified their participation as scientific duty or patriotic necessity. Few openly confronted the moral implications of their work environment. AS rockets rolled off the underground assembly lines and were transported to launch sites. Dora's role in the war became undeniable. The weapons would strike civilian targets in Allied cities, causing destruction and fear. Yet the path of each rocket began in darkness, carried through a system sustained by starvation and violence. The contrast was stark. On the surface, the V2 represented technological innovation, advanced propulsion, guided flight, engineering precision. Beneath the surface, its creation depended on brutality, forced labor, and expendable lives. Mittelbau-dora embodied that contradiction. It was both laboratory and labor camp, research facility and graveyard. By late 1944, the underground factory had reached its peak production capacity. Thousands of rockets had been assembled, but the cost was visible within the camp itself. Barracks overflowed, the infirmary filled with men too weak to work. The crematorium, built later to process the rising number of deaths, operated frequently. The system functioned efficiently in terms of output, yet it consumed its workforce at an accelerating rate. In official reports, Dora was described as a success, proof that Germany could adapt to bombing, conceal production, and innovate under pressure. Within the tunnels, the definition of success was different. Survival from one shift to the next became the only measurable achievement. The engineers continued to refine designs. Production lines continued to operate. Rockets continued to leave the mountain. But the underground Reich was built on instability. As Allied forces advanced from east and west, the territory around Dora grew increasingly precarious. Supply chains faltered. Transport routes were disrupted. The mountain remained intact, but the world around it was collapsing. Still, inside the tunnels, work did not stop. The system had been engineered to endure, even as the regime that created it began to fracture. And for the prisoners trapped within it, the mountain remained both workplace and prison, a place where science and suffering intersected in relentless, mechanical rhythm. Chapter 2, Segment 2. Production under the mountain: work, punishment, and sabotage. By the winter of 1944, Mittelbau-dora had transformed from an improvised underground labor site into a fully organized industrial complex buried beneath stone. The tunnels were no longer simply dark caverns carved into rock. They had become assembly halls, storage depots, testing stations, and administrative corridors, all operating under strict SS supervision. Yet, despite the appearance of order, the system remained fundamentally unstable, dependent on prisoners who were already starving, sick, and exhausted. Each day began in darkness long before sunrise. Prisoners were driven from overcrowded barracks and forced into roll call formations, regardless of weather. Snow, freezing rain, or wind made no difference. Attendance was counted and recounted. Even the dead were sometimes propped upright to ensure numbers matched the official roster. Accuracy in counting mattered more than human dignity. When discrepancies appeared, punishment followed. After roll call, work details marched toward the tunnel entrances. The mountain loomed above them, silent, immovable. Inside, artificial light replaced the sky. Electric lamps cast harsh illumination across concrete floors slick with oil and moisture. The air carried the scent of metal filings, lubricants, fuel components, and human bodies pressed together without rest. The assembly of V-2 rockets required coordination across multiple sections of the tunnel network. Prisoners assigned to the early stages handled structural components, steel cylinders that formed the rocket's outer shell. These were heavy and difficult to maneuver in confined spaces. Injuries were common. Crushed fingers, torn muscles, and broken toes occurred frequently, yet medical care was minimal. Those unable to continue were sent to the infirmary, where survival was uncertain. Further along the production line, wiring teams connected delicate electrical systems. Precision mattered. A misaligned cable or poorly fastened connector could compromise guidance systems. Engineers monitored progress carefully. When defects appeared, suspicion fell immediately on the prisoners. Sabotage, whether real or imagined, was treated as treason. Punishments for alleged sabotage were severe. Beatings were administered publicly to deter others. Some prisoners were executed by hanging within the tunnels themselves, their bodies left visible as warning. The message was clear. Productivity was not merely an expectation, it was enforced through terror. Yet despite the risk, acts of resistance persisted. Skilled workers sometimes loosened bolts just enough to cause malfunction later. Others subtly damaged electrical components, knowing that detection might take time. These acts were rarely dramatic. They were small, calculated gestures, attempts to undermine a system that relied on their forced participation. Sabotage was not about immediate victory. It was about reclaiming a fragment of agency in an environment designed to erase it. The SS administration responded with tighter controls. Inspections increased. Random searches were conducted. Work groups were rearranged to prevent solidarity. Informants were cultivated among prisoners, promised marginal privileges in exchange for information. Trust became dangerous. Silence became survival. Conditions inside the tunnels fluctuated with the seasons. In winter, the cold penetrated through stone, chilling workers who lacked proper clothing. In summer, humidity and heat made the air suffocating. Ventilation systems struggled to maintain airflow. Carbon monoxide from engines and machinery sometimes accumulated, causing dizziness and nausea. Yet production targets remained unchanged. Food rations declined steadily as the war situation worsened. What little nourishment prisoners received barely sustained basic metabolic function. Bread portions shrank. Soup thinned to near transparency. Hunger sharpened tempers and weakened concentration. Accidents increased as men grew faint at their stations. Still, absence from work invited suspicion. To collapse was to risk being labeled unfit. The infirmary, known as the Revier, offered little refuge. Overcrowded and under-resourced, it functioned more as a holding space for the dying than a place of healing. Prisoners who lingered too long without recovery were transferred or simply removed. Selection for execution sometimes followed medical review, as those deemed permanently unproductive were considered expendable. Meanwhile, rocket production numbers were reported upward through bureaucratic channels. Charts and statistics tracked monthly output. Success was measured in completed units delivered to launch sites. The suffering embedded in each rocket was invisible in official documentation. Reports listed figures, not names. The psychological toll was immense. Prisoners worked beside machines that symbolized destruction. They knew the rockets they assembled would be launched toward cities filled with civilians. Some wrestled with guilt, even though they had no choice. Others focused solely on survival, separating themselves mentally from the weapon's ultimate purpose. Moral complexity existed in every corner of the tunnel. Above ground, the camp infrastructure expanded to support production. New barracks were constructed as transports arrived from other camps. Prisoners from Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and other sites were transferred to Dora to replenish the workforce. Many arrived already weakened from previous ordeals. The mountain consumed them quickly. Executions became more frequent as the regime grew desperate. Public hangings were staged as warnings. Resistance organizers, if identified, were eliminated swiftly. Even minor infractions could lead to death. Fear was not incidental to the system. It was integral. Yet even in this environment, networks of solidarity persisted. Prisoners shared scraps of food when possible. Skilled laborers protected weaker companions by adjusting tasks or covering errors. In rare moments of quiet, whispered conversations recalled families, hometowns, and futures imagined beyond the tunnels. These fragments of humanity resisted complete erasure. By early 1945, the broader war situation had deteriorated sharply for Germany. Allied forces advanced from both east and west. Bombing intensified across the Reich. Supply lines to Dora grew unstable. Components arrived late or damaged. Production quotas became increasingly unrealistic. Pressure on engineers and SS administrators escalated. Despite this instability, the tunnels continued operating almost until the very end. The machinery of death, both industrial and systemic, did not halt automatically with the regime's decline. It required physical intervention, liberation, to bring it to a stop. In these months, the contradiction at Dora became even clearer. Above ground, the Reich faltered. Below ground, rockets continued to be assembled in darkness. The underground factory existed as a microcosm of the collapsing regime, disciplined on the surface, hollowed by moral decay. As winter gave way to the early signs of spring in 1945, rumors circulated among prisoners about approaching Allied troops. Some dared to hope. Others feared evacuation, knowing that forced marches often ended in execution. Uncertainty became constant. Still, the work persisted. Bolts were tightened. Engines were fitted. Wiring was checked and rechecked. Under electric light, beneath tons of rock, the system continued to grind forward, indifferent to the approaching end. The mountain held its secrets, but it could not conceal them forever. Soon, the machinery would begin to unravel, not because it chose to, but because the world outside was finally breaking through the stone. Chapter 2, Segment 3. Numbers, Efficiency, and the Illusion of Order. From a distance, in reports sent to Berlin, in charts presented to superiors, in memoranda stamped with official seals, Mittelbau-dora appeared organized, efficient, and productive. Columns of numbers suggested progress. Monthly totals listed rockets completed. Graphs showed output rising despite air raids and shortages. On paper, the underground factory seemed a triumph of engineering and discipline. But numbers conceal what they cannot measure. Behind every completed rocket stood thousands of hours of forced labor performed by men who were starving, beaten, and exhausted. Each statistic represented bodies that had been pushed beyond endurance. Efficiency at Dora did not emerge from innovation or teamwork. It was extracted through fear. The SS administration developed a strict hierarchy within the camp to maintain control. Prisoner functionaries, capos, block elders, and work supervisors were appointed to oversee labor details. Some abused their authority, enforcing discipline with brutality to protect their own positions. Others quietly attempted to shield fellow prisoners where possible. The system relied on this internal structure. It allowed the SS to govern thousands with relatively few guards. Roll calls became exercises in domination. Prisoners stood for hours while counts were repeated. Weather was irrelevant. Accuracy mattered more than comfort or health. If numbers failed to match, the entire group suffered. Collective punishment reinforced obedience. The illusion of order required constant demonstration. Inside the tunnels, production schedules tightened as Allied bombing campaigns intensified elsewhere. The underground location protected the assembly lines from aerial attack, making Dora strategically vital. Engineers demanded faster turnaround. Supervisors demanded longer shifts. 12 hours became 14. Rest days disappeared. Machines operated continuously. The rhythm of hammers, drills, and engines created a constant metallic echo. Dust settled on skin and clothing. Eyes burned from fumes. Hearing dulled under relentless noise. Fatigue accumulated invisibly, increasing the likelihood of mistakes. When errors occurred, investigations followed. Was the failure due to incompetence, sabotage, or material defect? Prisoners were rarely granted the benefit of doubt. Interrogations were harsh. Beatings were common. Executions were staged to reinforce fear. Even the suspicion of resistance could end a life. Yet resistance persisted, often hidden within the margins of routine. Some prisoners deliberately misaligned components just slightly enough to escape immediate detection. Others swapped small parts, creating defects that might cause malfunction later. These acts were dangerous. Discovery meant death, but they reflected a refusal to become fully compliant. The camp's medical system mirrored its industrial priorities. The infirmary functioned not as a place of healing but as a mechanism of selection. Those who recovered quickly returned to work. Those who did not were transferred, abandoned, or executed. The logic was simple. Labor capacity determined value. Food rations continued to decline as the war strained German supply chains. Bread portions shrank to thin slices. Soup consisted mostly of water with occasional vegetable fragments. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Disease spread easily through overcrowded barracks. Tuberculosis and dysentery became common. The infirmary filled beyond capacity. Despite worsening conditions, official production targets remained unchanged. Reports sent upward rarely acknowledged the human cost. Success was framed in technical language. Units completed, defects corrected, schedules maintained. Suffering did not appear in documentation. It was absorbed into the background, treated as an acceptable variable. By early 1945, Allied forces were closing in from multiple directions. Rumors of approaching liberation circulated among prisoners. Hope flickered cautiously. But hope was dangerous. Evacuations from other camps had already begun, often resulting in death marches where prisoners were forced to walk until they collapsed. At Dora, SS leadership faced a dilemma. Continue production as long as possible? Destroy evidence? Evacuate prisoners? Orders shifted rapidly as communication lines faltered. Confusion spread among administrators who had once operated with rigid certainty. Meanwhile, inside the tunnels, work persisted. The assembly lines did not pause simply because defeat loomed. Prisoners continued tightening bolts, adjusting wiring, and aligning engine components. The machinery of destruction did not slow voluntarily. It required intervention. Some prisoners began preparing quietly for possible evacuation. They shared information. They identified potential hiding places within the tunnel network. Others gathered strength in secret, anticipating a final moment when chaos might offer opportunity. Executions increased as the regime grew more unstable. Those suspected of resistance were eliminated swiftly. Public hangings were staged near tunnel entrances as warnings. Fear intensified, yet so did determination among some groups to survive long enough to see the end. The mountain itself remained indifferent. Its stone walls absorbed the noise and preserved the cold. For months, it had shielded the factory from bombs. Now, it stood as silent witness to a system beginning to unravel. In April 1945, the war's outcome was no longer in doubt. Allied armies advanced steadily. Communication between Dora and Central Command weakened. Supplies dwindled. Morale among guards fluctuated between denial and panic. Within the camp, prisoners sensed the shift. Guard behavior changed. Some became harsher. Others appeared distracted, uncertain. The rigid illusion of control began to crack. But cracks in such systems rarely bring immediate relief. They often produce violence. Plans for evacuation accelerated. Trains were prepared. Columns were organized. The SS intended to move prisoners away from the approaching front lines, continuing the pattern seen elsewhere. Liberation was close, but it was not guaranteed. As Chapter 2 closes, Dora stands at a threshold. The underground factory has produced thousands of rockets. The cost in human life is immeasurable. The administrative order that once governed every movement is faltering. Yet the most dangerous days may still lie ahead. Because when systems built on control begin to collapse, they do not dissolve quietly. They convulse. And beneath the mountain, where light has always been artificial and air has always been heavy, the final phase of Mittelbau-dora is about to begin. Chapter 3, Segment 1. The Human Machine, Life and Death Inside the Tunnels. By the time Mittelbau-dora entered its second year of full operation, the tunnels had ceased to feel temporary. What began as a rushed emergency relocation of rocket production had hardened into a permanent world beneath the mountain. The prisoners no longer expected daylight at the end of their shifts. For many, daylight itself had become a memory. The underground complex stretched for kilometers, carved into rock that seemed to swallow sound and breath alike. Electric cables ran along damp ceilings. Narrow-gauge railway tracks carried materials and finished components through the dim corridors. The air was thick with dust from drilling and blasting, mixed with fumes from engines and chemicals used in assembly. Ventilation existed, but it was never enough. The tunnels exhaled heat and metal and inhaled exhaustion. Prisoners slept where they worked. In the earliest months, there were no proper barracks outside the mountain. Men were forced to lie on the cold ground between shifts, wrapped in thin blankets that did little to block the chill rising from stone. Later, above-ground barracks were constructed, but overcrowding ensured that rest was brief and broken. Bunks stacked 3 levels high held bodies pressed tightly together. Lice thrived in seams and straw mattresses. Coughing never stopped. Every day followed a pattern that erased individuality. Wake before dawn. Roll call. March to assigned labor details. Work until muscles trembled. Return for another count. Eat what little was distributed. Collapse into sleep. Repeat. Food was calculated to sustain labor, not life. Bread was dark and dense, often stale. Soup was watery, flavored faintly by cabbage or turnip when available. Occasionally, a small portion of margarine or sausage appeared, but these were rare. Hunger became constant, a quiet companion that sharpened thought and weakened strength simultaneously. Men bartered crumbs. Some saved a fraction of their ration for later, only to find it stolen. Survival demanded vigilance even among the desperate. Inside the tunnels, specialization developed. Skilled prisoners were assigned to delicate assembly tasks, wiring guidance systems or calibrating fuel mechanisms. Others pushed carts, carried parts, or cleared debris. The most physically punishing jobs remained excavation and reinforcement, widening chambers, stabilizing ceilings, expanding the underground network even as rockets were being completed. Accidents were frequent. A falling beam, a misfired explosive, a collapsed scaffold. In a normal factory, such events would halt production and prompt investigation. At Dora, work resumed almost immediately. Injured prisoners were removed. Replacements were assigned. The schedule absorbed disruption without slowing. The SS oversaw operations through layers of command. Civilian engineers from the rocket program coordinated technical requirements. Military supervisors tracked output targets. Guards enforced discipline. The chain of authority blurred responsibility. Each layer claimed to serve a larger necessity: the war, the Reich, victory. Within this structure, cruelty often appeared procedural rather than personal. Punishments reinforced obedience. Minor infractions, slowing pace, speaking out of turn, dropping a tool, could result in beatings. More serious accusations, including suspected sabotage, led to public executions. Hangings were staged near tunnel entrances so that incoming and outgoing labor columns would witness the consequences of defiance. Fear became part of the architecture. Yet within this machinery of control, fragments of humanity endured. Prisoners shared whispered information about the progress of the war. New arrivals sometimes carried news from other camps or from cities bombed by Allied forces. Hope moved carefully like contraband. Too much optimism could be dangerous if overheard. Some prisoners formed small circles of mutual aid. A scrap of cloth offered as a bandage. A shared portion of soup when someone fell ill. A warning passed quietly before an inspection. These gestures did not dismantle the system, but they preserved something essential: the refusal to become only a number. Religious observances, where possible, occurred in silence. A brief prayer before sleep. A remembered hymn hummed without words. Identity survived in fragments, a language spoken softly, a name repeated internally so it would not fade. As production intensified, the pressure to meet quotas increased. Allied bombing had disrupted other facilities, making the underground complex even more vital. Supervisors demanded higher output despite shrinking resources. Mechanical failures were blamed on workers. Tension sharpened. The infirmary, inadequate from the start, struggled under growing illness. Tuberculosis spread in the damp air. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Those too sick to work were often marked for transfer. Transfers rarely meant recovery. Many were sent back to larger camps or executed to reduce what administrators termed non-productive elements. The language of administration transformed suffering into logistics. Prisoners were units. Illness was attrition. Death was loss. Such terminology masked reality but did not change it. Bodies accumulated. Mortality rates rose steadily. Outside the tunnels, the war moved closer. By late 1944 and early 1945, the sound of distant artillery sometimes reached even the underground chambers. Rumors of advancing armies circulated. Guards became more anxious. Discipline grew harsher in response to uncertainty. Within the prisoner population, anticipation mixed with fear. Liberation promised freedom, but it also threatened chaos. Evacuations from other camps had resulted in brutal marches through winter landscapes. No one knew what decision would be made for Dora. The mountain remained silent. It had been carved to conceal weapons from the sky. Now it concealed thousands of men caught between collapsing authority and approaching armies. The tunnels, once symbols of technological ambition, had become corridors of attrition. Chapter 3 begins here, in the daily reality of those who endured the underground world. Before liberation, before evacuation, before the final unraveling, there was the steady grind of existence inside the human machine. Because Dora was not sustained only by orders from Berlin or blueprints from engineers. It was sustained by exhausted hands tightening bolts in dim light, by bodies pushed beyond endurance, by men who, despite everything, continued to breathe beneath the mountain. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Sabotage, Survival, and the Quiet War Beneath the Mountain. Inside Mittelbau-dora, The war did not feel distant. It was present in every metal casing, every fuel line, every component of the rockets assembled beneath the mountain. Prisoners understood what they were building. The V-2 was not an abstract machine. It was a weapon designed to strike cities far away. London, Antwerp, civilian streets they would never see. That knowledge created a silent tension inside the tunnels. The awareness that forced labor here would mean destruction elsewhere. For some prisoners, this realization planted a dangerous thought: resistance. Resistance at Dora could not take the form of open rebellion. There were too many guards, too much surveillance, too little physical strength. Instead, defiance moved in smaller, quieter ways. A bolt tightened just slightly off alignment. A wire nicked so delicately that failure would not be immediate. Measurements adjusted within tolerances that seemed acceptable but increased the chance of malfunction. These acts required courage and precision. If discovered, the punishment was certain and severe. Sabotage was not a simple matter. The V-2 was an advanced weapon, and its assembly involved skilled engineers and technicians, some of them civilian specialists loyal to the regime, others prisoners themselves. Those prisoners with technical backgrounds faced impossible decisions. Refusal meant execution. Compliance meant contributing to devastation. Sabotage risked not only personal death but collective punishment for entire work details. Despite the risks, evidence suggests that small acts of disruption occurred. Components failed in ways that could not always be traced. Rockets exploded shortly after launch or veered off course. Whether every malfunction was deliberate remains debated, but within the tunnels, many prisoners believed they were waging a quiet war of their own, one measured not in territory gained, but in damage slowed. The SS responded with vigilance. Inspections became more frequent. Engineers examined finished rockets with growing suspicion. Prisoners were interrogated when defects appeared. Accusations of sabotage spread fear quickly. A single malfunction could lead to public execution, staged as a warning. Hangings were conducted near tunnel entrances or inside the chambers themselves. Prisoners were forced to watch. The message was clear: productivity equaled survival, deviation equaled death. Yet, even witnessing such brutality did not extinguish all resistance. Instead, it deepened the understanding that obedience did not guarantee safety either. Illness, exhaustion, random violence, all could claim a life without cause. As the months passed, the prisoner population became increasingly diverse. Transports arrived from across occupied Europe: French resistance members, Polish political prisoners, Soviet prisoners of war, Dutch Jews, Belgian detainees, and many others. Languages overlapped in whispers. Shared suffering created fragile bonds across national and religious lines. Within this mixture, informal networks formed. Experienced prisoners taught newcomers how to survive the first weeks, how to conserve energy during roll call, how to avoid drawing attention, how to navigate capos and guards. Knowledge became a resource as valuable as food. Some capos, themselves prisoners elevated to supervisory roles, were brutally loyal to the SS. Others attempted to mitigate harm quietly, assigning lighter tasks when possible or turning a blind eye to minor infractions. The moral landscape inside Dora was complicated. Survival choices were rarely clean. The underground environment intensified psychological strain. Without natural light, time blurred. Days merged into one continuous cycle of artificial illumination and darkness. The body's rhythms faltered. Insomnia spread even among the exhausted. Men reported vivid dreams and disorientation, unsure whether hours or days had passed. The mountain amplified sound in strange ways. The echo of machinery created a constant low thunder. Distant hammering reverberated like artillery. In moments of silence, dripping water echoed through corridors, marking time more reliably than clocks. Meanwhile, the war outside accelerated. Allied bombing campaigns intensified. Reports filtered in of German cities reduced to rubble. Some prisoners allowed themselves cautious hope. Others feared that as defeat loomed, the SS would eliminate witnesses. In early 1945, tension sharpened. Orders from higher command emphasized maintaining production at all costs. Even as resources dwindled and transportation lines faltered, the demand for rockets persisted. The regime clung to the belief that technological retaliation might shift the war's trajectory. Inside Dora, this meant longer hours, stricter discipline, fewer rations. Exhaustion became visible in every movement. Mortality climbed. The infirmary overflowed. Transfers out of the camp increased, often signaling impending execution elsewhere. Yet amid collapse, moments of solidarity continued. Prisoners shared fragments of news about approaching Allied forces. Some began to discuss what liberation might look like. Would the SS abandon the camp? Would there be evacuation marches? No one knew. Acts of sabotage grew riskier as surveillance tightened, but desperation also intensified resolve. If the war was nearing its end, then each damaged rocket mattered more. Each delay, each malfunction, became part of a final effort to undermine the machinery from within. For the SS and engineers, Dora represented a triumph of ingenuity, a factory hidden from bombs, turning mountains into arsenals. For the prisoners, it represented something else entirely, a battlefield where survival and resistance intertwined in the smallest gestures. Chapter 3 continues here, not only as a record of suffering, but as a study of quiet defiance. In a place designed to erase identity, prisoners found ways to assert agency, however limited. In a system built on obedience, they introduced uncertainty. Beneath the mountain, amid steel and stone, a hidden struggle unfolded. It was not loud. It was not visible to the sky. But it existed, carried in trembling hands, adjusting machinery by fractions of a millimeter, in whispered warnings passed along assembly lines, in the refusal to surrender completely to the role assigned. Even inside the most controlled environment, the human will did not disappear. It adapted, and it waited. Chapter 3, Segment 3. The Human Cost of Innovation. As production inside Mittelbau-dora accelerated, the cost of each completed rocket was measured not only in steel and fuel, but in human life. By late 1944, the underground factory was operating with relentless intensity. Trains arrived with new transports. Work details expanded. The tunnels echoed with the rhythm of industrial war, and beneath that rhythm, a steady tally of the dead. The V-2 rocket was promoted by Nazi propaganda as a miracle weapon, a symbol of technological superiority, a last hope for reversing defeat. But for the prisoners assembling its components, it was something else entirely. A machine that consumed bodies. Each stage of construction required precision labor under impossible conditions. Wiring had to be exact. Fuel systems had to be sealed flawlessly. Guidance components demanded delicate calibration. Yet the men performing these tasks were malnourished, sleep-deprived, and often barely able to stand. Mistakes were inevitable, and mistakes were punished. Supervisors and engineers monitored progress closely. Delays triggered interrogations. Faulty components prompted accusations of sabotage. Even when failure resulted from exhaustion or poor materials, prisoners bore the blame. Beatings became routine. Public executions were staged as warnings. The gallows near the tunnel entrances became grim landmarks, visible reminders that innovation here carried a human penalty. Disease spread rapidly in the subterranean environment. Tuberculosis, dysentery, pneumonia, illnesses that thrived in overcrowded, damp conditions, cut through barracks with little resistance. The infirmary, understaffed and undersupplied, could offer almost nothing. Those deemed too weak to work were often transported out of Dora to other camps, where survival odds were even slimmer. The SS categorized prisoners not by individual skill or need, but by expendability. When one laborer collapsed permanently, another replaced him. Transports ensured a constant supply of new arrivals. The system was designed for turnover. Productivity mattered. Longevity did not. By early 1945, thousands had died within Dora and its subcamps. Many perished inside the tunnels themselves, buried under collapses, crushed by machinery, or succumbing quietly to exhaustion during night shifts. Others died in open courtyards after roll calls that lasted for hours in freezing temperatures. And yet, production continued. Rockets left the mountain in increasing numbers. Some reached their targets. Others failed catastrophically. When V2s struck cities, headlines emphasized the damage inflicted abroad. Rarely acknowledged was the fact that more prisoners died constructing the rockets than civilians were killed by them in certain phases of the campaign. The weapon intended to terrorize distant populations had already wrought devastation at its source. Within the tunnels, the contradiction was stark. The same regime that claimed scientific brilliance presided over a labor system so destructive it undermined its own goals. Skilled workers were worked to death. Engineers complained about declining efficiency even as SS officers intensified punishment. Human beings were treated as replaceable parts, and like faulty parts, they were discarded when worn out. As Allied forces advanced from both east and west, anxiety intensified among the camp administration. The front lines were drawing closer. Bombings disrupted transportation networks. Rumors of liberation spread cautiously among prisoners. But hope was fragile. Many feared evacuation marches, forced movements designed to clear camps ahead of advancing armies. By April 1945, the situation inside Dora grew increasingly chaotic. Supplies dwindled. Guards became harsher, more unpredictable. Executions increased. Orders from higher command were inconsistent. Some officials prepared to flee. Others insisted production must continue to the very end. Prisoners sensed the regime's desperation. The illusion of permanence cracked. For years, the mountain had seemed an eternal prison, sealed from the outside world. Now, faint echoes of artillery could occasionally be heard beyond the stone. The final weeks were among the deadliest. Evacuation orders were issued. Thousands of prisoners were forced onto death marches toward other camps deeper inside Germany. Those too weak to walk were often shot. Inside the tunnels, remaining workers dismantled equipment or attempted to conceal evidence. Chaos replaced discipline. When American forces approached in April 1945, they encountered a camp in partial disintegration. Many prisoners had already been marched away. Others remained skeletal, ill, barely conscious. The tunnels still held machinery and unfinished rockets. The mountain that had concealed so much now stood exposed. Liberation brought relief, but not immediate recovery. Survivors were in critical condition. Disease continued to claim lives even after guards fled or were captured. The task of documenting what had happened began almost immediately. Journalists, soldiers, and investigators walked through the underground corridors, recording what they saw. They found not only evidence of advanced weapon production, but of systematic exploitation. The contrast was unmistakable. Cutting-edge technology assembled in conditions resembling a medieval dungeon. Modern engineering powered by deliberate human degradation. In the months that followed, trials sought to hold perpetrators accountable. Engineers defended their roles as technical necessities. SS officers claimed obedience to orders. The complexity of responsibility became a subject of legal and moral debate. How much guilt lay with those who designed the weapons? How much with those who enforced the labor system? The answers were not simple, but the suffering was undeniable. Mittelbau-dora left behind a legacy that extends beyond its immediate history. It demonstrated how technological progress can be divorced from ethics. It revealed how scientific ambition, when coupled with totalitarian control, can transform into a system where innovation and cruelty coexist seamlessly. For the survivors, memory became both burden and duty. Many carried physical scars from tunnel collapses, beatings, and starvation. Others carried invisible wounds, nightmares of darkness, echoes of machinery, the sound of boots in confined corridors. Testimony ensured that Dora would not vanish into obscurity. Chapter 3 closes not with triumph, but with recognition. Recognition that the V-2 rocket, often celebrated in post-war histories as a precursor to space exploration, was built atop a foundation of forced labor and death. Recognition that progress achieved through exploitation carries an irreversible human cost. Recognition that beneath the mountain, thousands lived and died in near-total darkness so that a regime could chase a final illusion of power. The tunnels remain today as memorial space. Silent, cold, carved into rock that remembers every echo. Inside them, one can still imagine the sound of machinery and the shuffle of exhausted feet. One can still sense the weight of history pressing down. Mittelbau-dora was not only an underground factory. It was a warning etched in stone about what happens when innovation is severed from humanity. And as we move forward in this story, that warning follows us, steady and unyielding, like the mountain itself. Chapter 4, Segment 1. Expansion of the Underground Empire. By the winter of 1943 into early 1944, Mittelbau-dora was no longer just a single underground installation. What had begun as a desperate effort to shield rocket production from Allied bombing was evolving into something much larger. A network of camps, subcamps, tunnels, and factories spreading across the Harz region of central Germany. The mountain had proven useful. Now the regime intended to multiply that model. The Allied air war intensified month by month. Industrial cities burned. Rail lines were cut. Aircraft plants were reduced to rubble. The Nazi leadership responded with a new strategy known as underground relocation. Critical war industries would move beneath forests, into hillsides, inside mines, and under mountains. Protection from bombs would come not from anti-aircraft guns, but from stone. This transformation required labor on a massive scale, and that labor would come from concentration camp prisoners. Mittelbau became the administrative center of a rapidly expanding industrial zone. Subcamps emerged near construction sites, quarry entrances, railway junctions, and new tunnel projects. Prisoners were transferred from Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen, and other camps to fill the growing demand. Many arrived believing they were being sent to conventional factories. Instead, they found raw excavation sites where earth and rock still had to be carved away by hand. The underground complex at Dora itself continued expanding. Additional galleries were blasted deeper into the mountain. Ventilation systems struggled to keep pace with the increased activity. Electrical cables snaked along rough stone walls. Construction never truly stopped. It merely overlapped with production. While some prisoners assembled rockets, others drilled new chambers just meters away. Beyond Dora, new sites were developed for different branches of the war economy. Aircraft components, fuel facilities, munitions storage, and experimental weapons programs were relocated to concealed underground spaces. Each project demanded the same formula: rapid excavation, minimal concern for worker survival, maximum output. Subcamps varied in size and function, but conditions remained consistently harsh. Barracks were often temporary wooden structures, erected quickly and inadequately insulated. Food shipments were inconsistent. Guards were frequently drawn from both SS personnel and auxiliary units, some hardened by years of camp service, others newly assigned and uncertain, but eager to prove loyalty. The geography of suffering expanded with the geography of industry. In many of these new sites, prisoners never even reached the stage of assembly work. They died during excavation. Blasting accidents were common. Cave-ins trapped workers beneath tons of debris. Dust inhalation led to chronic respiratory illness. Work shifts stretched to 12 hours or more, regardless of weather or exhaustion. The administration justified the expansion as strategic necessity. Reports emphasized production targets, efficiency improvements, and construction milestones. Language remained bureaucratic. Death was rarely mentioned directly in official documents. Instead, categories such as work unfit, transferred, or deceased appeared in tallies, numerical adjustments within an industrial ledger. For the prisoners, the growth of the underground empire meant fewer chances of escape or visibility. Above ground, there had at least been sky, horizon, a sense of direction. Below ground, orientation vanished. Time blurred into darkness, interrupted only by artificial light. The mountain became a world unto itself, governed by schedules and sirens rather than sunrise and sunset. As 1944 progressed, prisoner populations swelled. Overcrowding intensified not only at Dora but across its satellite camps. Transport trains continued arriving even as resources thinned. Rations shrank. Disease spread more rapidly in cramped conditions. Yet expansion orders persisted. Among the new arrivals were prisoners from occupied territories, France, Poland, the Soviet Union, the Netherlands, and beyond. Resistance fighters, political detainees, Jewish prisoners, and captured soldiers found themselves working side by side in projects whose scale they could scarcely comprehend. Communication across languages was difficult, but shared hardship formed its own vocabulary. The SS command structure adapted to manage this growth. Mittelbau was eventually reorganized as an independent concentration camp complex, no longer merely a subcamp of Buchenwald. Administrative offices multiplied. Records were centralized. Production coordination between civilian engineers, military officials, and camp authorities tightened. Civilian industry played a significant role. Engineers and managers from private firms worked in close proximity to the camps. They oversaw technical processes while relying on SS administration for labor supply. This partnership blurred the boundary between state terror and corporate ambition. The underground projects were not purely military fantasies. They were integrated into Germany's broader industrial framework. As the Reich's military situation deteriorated, the urgency of these underground initiatives increased. Propaganda continued promising decisive weapons that would reverse defeat. Within the tunnels, pressure mounted accordingly. Output quotas rose even as the workforce weakened. Prisoners noticed the contradiction. The more the regime faltered at the front, the more frantic production became inside the mountain. Rumors circulated of Allied advances in France, of Soviet breakthroughs in the East. Hope flickered cautiously. Yet the expansion of camps suggested something else. The regime intended to continue fighting no matter the cost. In many subcamps, brutality intensified as defeat loomed. Guards, aware of potential accountability, sometimes grew more violent, seeking to maintain authority through fear. Public punishments were staged to suppress rumors. Informants were rewarded.
Surveillance deepened.
The expansion of Mittelbau-dora was not merely logistical. It was psychological. The underground empire projected an image of endurance, a regime retreating into stone, refusing to surrender. But beneath that image lay exhaustion and fragmentation. By late 1944, Allied intelligence began identifying some of these hidden facilities. Bombing campaigns targeted suspected underground entrances and railway lines supplying them. Though stone protected much of the interior, supply chains suffered. Transportation bottlenecks caused delays. Fuel shortages slowed operations. The vast underground network, while shielded from bombs, remained vulnerable to isolation. For prisoners, the constant movement between subcamps created instability. Transfers occurred with little notice. Work details shifted unpredictably. Survival strategies had to be relearned with each relocation. Some found marginally less severe conditions in certain sites. Others encountered even harsher regimes. Yet amid the expansion, small acts of solidarity continued. Prisoners shared information about which work assignments were marginally safer. Skilled laborers sometimes protected weaker inmates by redistributing tasks subtly. Whispered news of the war's progress circulated despite efforts to suppress it. Chapter 4 opens with this widening landscape, an empire of tunnels and satellite camps stretching across hills and forests, powered by coerced labor. The mountain at Dora had become a symbol of adaptation. But adaptation built on exploitation cannot sustain itself indefinitely. The underground projects represented both technological ambition and strategic desperation. They reflected a regime willing to carve into its own territory to prolong conflict. And as the war's end approached, this vast network would face the consequences of being both hidden and exposed. The stone walls could shield machinery from bombs. They could not shield the system from collapse. And as we continue, we will see how the expanding underground empire, once presented as the Reich's answer to defeat, would become a testament to the limits of terror-driven industry. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Production under pressure, rockets, quotas, and human exhaustion. As the underground network expanded across the Harz region, Mittelbau-dora entered a new phase. The tunnels were no longer primarily construction sites. They were now functioning factories, and factories required numbers, deadlines, output charts, targets that could be measured and reported upward through layers of command. At the center of this pressure stood the V-2 rocket. Officially known as the Aggregate 4, the V-2 was presented as a revolutionary weapon, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. It was technologically advanced, complex, and difficult to manufacture. Each unit required precision engineering, calibrated components, fuel systems, gyroscopes, wiring harnesses, and metal casings assembled with care. Inside the tunnels, that care collided with exhaustion. Prisoners who had survived the initial excavation phase were reassigned to assembly lines. Workstations were installed along the damp galleries. Overhead lighting cast harsh illumination against raw stone walls. Cranes and rails moved heavy rocket sections from one station to another. Civilian engineers supervised technical aspects while SS overseers controlled the labor force. The rockets moved forward through stages of assembly. Fuselage sections were joined. Engines were fitted. Guidance systems were installed. Testing occurred within the confined environment of the mountain. Every step required accuracy, yet the workforce was chronically malnourished, ill, and sleep-deprived. Production quotas increased steadily throughout 1944. The regime believed these weapons could shift the psychological balance of the war. Even as German forces retreated across Europe, leadership insisted that wonder weapons would force the Allies into negotiation. The pressure filtered downward. Managers demanded higher output. Guards demanded longer shifts. Mistakes became punishable offenses. Prisoners worked up to 12 hours a day, sometimes more. Shifts rotated between day and night, blurring any remaining sense of time. The air remained thick with dust and chemical fumes. Ventilation systems struggled to clear exhaust from machinery and soldering processes. Many workers developed persistent coughs and eye irritation. Malnutrition compounded every hazard. Rations were insufficient for heavy industrial labor. Bread was thinly sliced. Soup lacked substance. Protein was scarce. Those too weak to maintain pace risked reassignment to the most grueling tasks or transfer to punishment blocks. Despite conditions, production numbers rose. By mid-1944, hundreds of rockets were leaving the tunnels monthly. Rail lines transported finished units to launch sites in occupied territories. From there, they were fired toward cities such as London and Antwerp. Each launch was recorded as proof that the underground program was succeeding. Inside Dora, however, success carried a different meaning. The V-2 rockets represented technological achievement, but they were also fragile instruments. Faulty wiring, misaligned components, or subtle sabotage could cause catastrophic failure. Some prisoners, aware of the weapon's intended targets, attempted to introduce minor defects. A misconnected cable, a weakened seal,
a misplaced bolt.
Such acts required immense caution. Discovery meant execution. Surveillance was constant. Foremen reported irregularities. Guards watched hands as carefully as faces. Still, resistance persisted in quiet forms. Engineers occasionally complained about declining quality control. Rockets malfunctioned during testing. Explosions occurred on launch pads. Yet official reports often emphasized output rather than reliability. The symbolic value of the weapon mattered almost as much as its effectiveness. Within the tunnels, the human cost of this production mounted. Work accidents were frequent. Heavy components slipped from cranes. Tools malfunctioned. Workers collapsed at stations. Some were removed to infirmaries. Others never returned. The infirmary itself offered limited care. Medical supplies were scarce, and doctors, often prisoners themselves, had little authority. Those deemed unfit for labor faced uncertain futures. Transfers to other camps, including extermination centers earlier in the war, had been common. By late 1944, with front lines shifting rapidly, many weakened prisoners were simply left to deteriorate in overcrowded barracks. Civilian specialists continued working in proximity to this suffering. Some focused narrowly on technical responsibilities, interacting with prisoners primarily as labor units. Others witnessed the conditions more directly. Documentation after the war would reveal varying degrees of awareness and complicity among industrial partners. The relationship between military ambition and forced labor grew increasingly visible. Production reports moved between Mittelbau administrators and higher authorities in Berlin. Charts tracked output. Letters discussed bottlenecks in supply chains. Fuel shortages, damaged railways, and Allied bombing elsewhere strained logistics. Yet demands did not ease. The mountain became a paradox. Shielded from air raids, yet dependent on an external network that was steadily collapsing. As autumn turned to winter in 1944, conditions worsened. Heating in barracks remained minimal. Clothing was insufficient for cold weather. Pneumonia spread. Frostbite became common among prisoners assigned to above-ground tasks such as rail loading or perimeter work. Still, rocket assembly continued. The contrast was stark. On one side of a tunnel wall, engineers debated propulsion efficiency. On the other side, skeletal figures attempted to stay upright long enough to complete another shift. Technology advanced. Bodies deteriorated. News from the outside world filtered in sporadically. Allied forces had landed in Normandy. Paris had been liberated. Soviet troops advanced toward the Reich's eastern borders. Yet within the mountain, the daily rhythm remained focused on quotas and deadlines. Some prisoners drew quiet hope from the changing war map. Others feared what might happen if defeat became inevitable. Rumors circulated of evacuation plans at other camps, of prisoners forced onto marches away from approaching armies, of evidence destroyed. The administration at Mittelbau-dora intensified record-keeping as the year closed. Transfers were documented. Production tallies were archived. Even as chaos loomed beyond Germany's borders, the bureaucracy continued functioning. The V2 campaign inflicted damage on Allied cities, but it did not reverse the war's trajectory. Each rocket required immense material and human investment. The balance between cost and impact grew increasingly unfavorable. Inside Dora, however, prisoners were not calculating strategic ratios. They were counting days survived. Production pressure revealed the limits of forced labor. Exhaustion reduced efficiency. Illness disrupted teams. Replacements arrived, often weaker than those who had preceded them. The system attempted to compensate through stricter discipline and harsher punishment. Yet the mountain could not generate strength where none remained. By early 1945, output levels began to fluctuate. Transportation difficulties delayed shipments. Allied air superiority complicated movement beyond the tunnels. The underground complex, once touted as invulnerable, now felt increasingly isolated. Chapter 4's second segment closes at this tense moment. Rockets continue to roll out of the mountain. Reports still celebrate productivity. But beneath the statistics lies visible strain in machinery, in supply chains, and above all in human bodies. The weapon meant to restore dominance has become a symbol of desperation. And as we move forward, we will witness how the pressures of total war, combined with the regime's refusal to concede defeat, will transform Mittelbau-dora from a site of industrial ambition into one of its final, most chaotic chapters. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Cracks in the mountain, sabotage, collapse, and the limits of control. By late 1944, the underground factory at Mittelbau-dora was producing weapons at a scale once thought impossible. Rockets rolled from the tunnels toward distant launch sites. Reports traveled upward, assuring leaders that the vengeance weapon program was functioning. On paper, the system appeared disciplined, efficient, relentless. Inside the mountain, it was none of those things. Exhaustion had seeped into every corner of the tunnels. The workforce, drawn from dozens of nations, had been thinned by months of labor, malnutrition, and punishment. New transports arrived, but many newcomers were already weakened from other camps. They entered Dora not as replacements of equal strength, but as bodies already on the edge. The appearance of order depended on constant coercion. Guards enforced tempo with shouting, blows, and threats of execution. Capos, prisoner functionaries appointed by the SS, were pressured to maintain productivity within their work details. Some complied harshly to preserve their own positions. Others quietly attempted to shield those beneath them. The moral landscape inside the tunnels was complex and fragile. Meanwhile, technical difficulties multiplied. The V2 rocket was not a simple device. It required precise alignment of fuel lines, stable electrical systems, and accurate calibration of guidance instruments. Even minor deviations could cause catastrophic failure. Engineers demanded accuracy. The SS demanded speed. Between those demands stood prisoners who could barely stand. Malfunctions began to rise. Some rockets exploded shortly after launch. Others veered off course. Inquiries followed. Was it faulty material? Inadequate oversight? Sabotage? The word sabotage carried deadly consequences. Within the camp, suspicion spread easily. Tools were inspected. Workstations were monitored more closely. Prisoners were searched. A misplaced screw or improperly tightened bolt could lead to interrogation. Torture was not uncommon in efforts to extract confessions. And yet, sabotage did occur. For many prisoners, The rockets symbolized not only their own suffering but the continuation of war beyond the mountain. They understood that these weapons targeted cities filled with civilians. Some resolved, quietly and at immense risk, to slow production or introduce defects where possible. Acts were often subtle: an imperfect weld, a weakened seal, an incorrectly routed wire. Small changes, difficult to detect. Resistance networks inside Dora remained fragmented but persistent. Political prisoners, especially those with organizational experience from earlier camps, communicated through coded exchanges and brief whispered conversations. Their goal was survival first, but where possible, disruption second. The SS responded with severity. Public punishments reinforced fear. Prisoners accused of sabotage were hanged in view of others. The message was clear: productivity was not optional. It was the camp's reason for existence. Yet the cracks in the system were not solely the result of resistance. They reflected a broader collapse unfolding across the Reich. By early 1945, Allied forces had crossed into German territory from both east and west. Rail lines were damaged. Fuel was scarce. Industrial centers elsewhere had been bombed repeatedly. Mittelbau-dora, protected by its mountain location, remained operational, but increasingly cut off. Supplies arrived irregularly. Replacement parts were delayed. Communication with higher authorities grew strained. The mountain, once envisioned as a fortress of technological salvation, began to feel like an isolated chamber waiting for inevitable discovery. Within the tunnels, morale shifted in subtle ways. Prisoners sensed change. Rumors circulated of approaching armies. Some spoke of Soviet advances. Others whispered about American forces moving through Western Germany. The certainty of endless labor gave way to cautious anticipation. But hope was dangerous. The SS hierarchy understood that defeat was possible. Discussions began regarding evacuation. Orders from above emphasized secrecy. Documents were reviewed. Certain records were prepared for destruction. Plans formed to relocate prisoners deeper into the Reich or to remove them entirely. Production did not stop. Even as preparations for evacuation were considered, assembly lines continued. Rockets were still shipped outward. Engineers remained at their stations. The machinery of war, like the bureaucracy that supported it, resisted acknowledgement of collapse. Conditions inside the barracks deteriorated further. Food rations shrank as supply chains faltered. Illness spread rapidly among a population already weakened. The infirmary overflowed. Those too sick to work were increasingly viewed as burdens. Executions increased. The final months of Dora's operation were marked by heightened brutality. Suspected saboteurs, escape attempts, and minor infractions were punished swiftly. The SS sought to maintain control through visible force, even as external control slipped away. Above ground, snow covered the Harz landscape. Beneath it, the tunnels echoed with machinery and quiet despair. The contrast between ambition and reality grew sharper each week. Official communications still spoke of technological breakthroughs and renewed offensives. Inside Dora, prisoners counted the number of steps between workstations, the number of breaths before dizziness, the number of days since the last transport arrived. By March 1945, the collapse could no longer be ignored. Allied armies closed in. The front lines moved steadily toward central Germany. Luftwaffe defenses were overwhelmed elsewhere. Confidence in ultimate victory faded among many civilian administrators, though it was rarely spoken aloud. Evacuation orders became concrete. Trains were prepared. Prisoners were assembled for transfer. Some were forced onto death marches across winter roads, toward camps farther north. The goal was clear: prevent liberation from revealing the full extent of the underground operation. But Dora had already left traces that could not be erased. The tunnels themselves stood as testimony, carved by prisoners' hands, lined with rails, marked by soot and residue from rocket assembly. Even if documents were burned and witnesses removed, the mountain carried evidence in stone. As Chapter 4 concludes, we stand at the threshold of transition. The underground factory, built to change the course of war, now faces the consequences of that war's reversal. Sabotage has exposed vulnerabilities. Supply failures have strained logistics. The SS prepares to dismantle what it can, to scatter prisoners, to blur responsibility. Inside the tunnels, the final shifts continue under fading authority. The rockets still move forward along assembly tracks. But the certainty that once fueled the program has fractured. The mountain trembles, not from explosions, but from the slow collapse of the system that sustained it. In the next chapter, we will follow that collapse outward, into evacuation, confrontation, and the moment when the hidden camp beneath the Harz Mountains is finally revealed to the outside world. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Final Winter. Collapse beneath the mountain. By the winter of 1944 to 1945, Mittelbau-dora no longer felt like a hidden engine of victory. It felt like a system straining against its own weight. The tunnels were still active. Rockets were still assembled. Guards still shouted orders through the cold, damp corridors. But beneath the routines, something fundamental had shifted. The war was closing in. Snow settled across the Harz Mountains, softening the forests and roads above. Beneath that quiet landscape, the underground complex remained restless. The air inside the tunnels was thick with condensation and chemical fumes. Prisoners moved more slowly now. Months of labor, starvation, and exposure had hollowed them out. New arrivals continued to replace the dead, but they came already weakened, survivors of other camps, of bombed cities, of forced evacuations. The illusion of stability depended on relentless motion. Every morning, prisoners were driven from overcrowded barracks into the mountain. Assembly lines resumed. Engines were fitted into rocket frames. Wiring was connected. Tanks were sealed. Engineers paced along narrow platforms, inspecting components with cold precision. The SS monitored output numbers obsessively. Quotas mattered more than bodies. Yet outside the camp, the Reich was shrinking. The Red Army had advanced deep into Eastern Europe. Western Allied forces pushed steadily across the Rhine. Cities once thought secure were in ruins. Transportation networks faltered under bombing and sabotage. Trains ran irregularly. Fuel was scarce. Communications were disrupted. Inside Dora, these realities filtered in through fragments of rumor. Prisoners listened carefully for any mention of advancing armies. A whispered word in French. A brief comment from a civilian worker. A change in guard demeanor. Small signs carried enormous weight. For those underground, the outside world felt distant and immediate at once, invisible yet determining their fate. Food rations declined sharply as supply lines deteriorated. Watery soup grew thinner. Bread portions shrank. Hunger intensified, transforming each day into a struggle for minimal energy. Men collapsed at workstations more frequently. Some were beaten back to their feet. Others were dragged aside, replaced without ceremony. Disease spread rapidly through the camp. Typhus, dysentery, respiratory infections, all found easy hosts among malnourished bodies crammed into damp barracks. The infirmary overflowed. Medical care remained minimal. Prisoner doctors did what they could with almost nothing. The SS viewed illness as inefficiency. Executions continued, sometimes increasing. Suspected sabotage, theft of food, escape attempts, each could end at the gallows. The threat of public hanging reinforced control. Even as the broader war collapsed, the internal discipline of the camp intensified. The underground tunnels themselves seemed to absorb the tension. Noise echoed differently. Machinery malfunctioned more often due to worn parts and inconsistent materials. Engineers demanded repairs. Guards demanded speed. Prisoners absorbed the consequences. Meanwhile, evacuation planning began in earnest. High-ranking SS officials understood that Allied forces were approaching central Germany. The idea of Dora being captured intact, with its tunnels, rockets, and surviving witnesses, was unacceptable to them. Orders circulated to prepare transports. Subcamps were reorganized. Prisoner lists were compiled. For many inmates, the word evacuation carried terror. Experience elsewhere had shown what evacuation could mean. Forced marches in winter, minimal food, executions of those who lagged behind. Liberation felt close, yet survival through the final weeks was far from certain. Within prisoner networks, discussions intensified. Some urged caution. Others prepared quietly for possible uprising if chaos broke out. Political prisoners attempted to coordinate across work details, sharing information in coded phrases. The goal was not open rebellion. The guards still held overwhelming force, but readiness for the moment when control faltered. Control did begin to fray. Guards appeared more anxious. Reports from other camps suggested hurried departures. Civilian engineers expressed uncertainty about the future of production. The once rigid hierarchy showed signs of strain. Still, rockets continued to leave the mountain. Trains carried completed V-2 missiles toward launch sites in the north and west. Even as Allied troops closed in, the machinery of war operated with stubborn persistence. The contradiction was stark. A collapsing regime investing its final resources into weapons assembled by starving men in darkness. Above ground, Allied bombers increasingly targeted infrastructure across Germany. Though Dora's tunnels shielded the core production areas, nearby transport routes and facilities suffered damage. Each disruption added pressure. Inside the barracks, the nights grew colder. Coal shortages limited heating. Blankets were insufficient. Men huddled together for warmth, sharing body heat in silence. Conversations turned frequently to the possibility of survival. Some counted days. Others avoided speculation entirely, fearing disappointment. Hope and dread coexisted uneasily. The knowledge that Allied forces were advancing brought cautious optimism. Yet each passing day increased the risk of mass evacuation or liquidation. No one knew whether liberation would arrive before destruction. The SS prepared documentation for removal or destruction. Certain files were burned. Equipment inventories were adjusted. Evidence of specific abuses was minimized where possible. However, the scale of the underground complex made complete concealment difficult. The mountain itself could not be erased. As March 1945 approached, the sounds of distant artillery occasionally carried faintly through the air above. Whether real or imagined, such sounds altered the emotional atmosphere inside Dora. Prisoners sensed that time was narrowing. Work continued, but with diminishing coherence. Supervisors argued over priorities. Production goals were revised downward, then raised again in defiance of reality. The system, once driven by confident expansion, now operated through denial. Within the tunnels, the lighting flickered more often due to power interruptions. Water seeped from cracks in the rock. Air felt heavier. And yet, for those trapped inside, daily survival still depended on the smallest routines. Conserving strength, avoiding attention, sharing scraps of food, memorizing guard patterns. The final winter at Mittelbau-dora was not marked by a single dramatic event. It was defined by slow unraveling, a tightening of fear paired with the distant promise of freedom. As this segment closes, the mountain stands on the edge of exposure. Allied forces advance. Evacuation plans solidify. Prisoners brace for movement into the unknown. The underground factory, once a symbol of technological ambition, now reveals itself as a trap, a sealed chamber where collapse will unfold in compressed time. In the next segment, we will follow the evacuation itself. The death marches, the desperate attempts to erase evidence, and the final days before liberation forces reach the Harz Mountains and confront what lay hidden beneath them. Chapter 5, Segment 2. Evacuation orders. The death marches begin. By early April 1945, the illusion that Mittelbau-dora could continue as before had finally collapsed. Allied forces were advancing rapidly from both east and west. American units were pushing through central Germany, while Soviet troops closed in from the opposite direction. The Reich was no longer expanding. It was retreating, fragmenting, and in places disintegrating entirely. Yet inside the tunnels beneath the Harz Mountains, the SS still clung to control, and to one final objective: remove the witnesses. Evacuation orders came down with urgency. The language was bureaucratic, almost sterile. Prisoners were to be transferred. Camp facilities were to be cleared. Production assets were to be relocated where possible. Behind these phrases lay a simple reality. The SS did not want Allied troops discovering thousands of surviving prisoners alongside the evidence of underground rocket production and mass death. Lists were drawn up quickly. Those still able to walk were prioritized for evacuation. The severely ill, skeletal, or incapacitated were often left behind or executed. Guards moved through barracks shouting instructions. Confusion spread among the prisoners. Rumors multiplied. Some believed they were being sent to safer camps deeper inside Germany. Others understood the pattern. Evacuation often meant death marches, forced journeys on foot with little food, brutal discipline, and summary executions. On April mornings still gripped by winter's chill, columns of prisoners were assembled. Men in striped uniforms, many barefoot or wrapped in rags, lined up under armed guard. They carried almost nothing. A few clutched scraps of bread or pieces of cloth. The SS and auxiliary guards positioned themselves along the flanks, rifles ready. Then the marches began. The columns moved out of Dora, down the roads cutting through forests and villages. Civilian populations watched from windows and doorways. Some turned away, others stared. A few attempted to offer water or food, often at risk to themselves. The official story was that these were criminal laborers being relocated, but their emaciated forms told another truth. The pace was relentless. Those who stumbled were beaten. Those who fell and could not rise were shot at the roadside. Bodies accumulated along the route, left in ditches or hastily covered. The columns pressed forward regardless. The objective was movement, not survival. Food was scarce to non-existent. Guards sometimes distributed minimal rations, but often prisoners marched for days on little more than melted snow or whatever they could find along the way. Hunger sharpened into desperation. Feet blistered and bled. Clothing offered little protection against the cold nights spent outdoors. The march routes shifted unpredictably. Orders from higher command were inconsistent. Some groups were directed toward Bergen-Belsen, others toward camps in Bavaria. Rail transport, when available, was overcrowded and chaotic. At times prisoners were forced into open freight cars, exposed to the elements. At other times they were driven back onto roads when tracks were damaged or trains unavailable. Inside the columns, social hierarchies dissolved. Nationality, profession, previous status within the camp, all mattered less than physical endurance. Men supported one another where possible. A hand under an elbow, a shared sip of water, quiet encouragement whispered in different languages. These small acts became forms of resistance against a system determined to reduce them to expendable bodies. Guards grew more volatile. Many understood that the war was lost. Some feared capture and retribution. This anxiety translated into harsher discipline. Executions became more arbitrary. A perceived slowdown, a glance interpreted as defiance, a minor infraction. Any could provoke violence. Yet not all guards behaved identically. A few displayed hesitation. Some allowed prisoners to lag briefly without immediate punishment. Others abandoned their posts entirely as Allied forces drew closer. The cohesion of the SS apparatus weakened with each passing day. Meanwhile, at Dora itself, remnants of the camp remained. Those too ill to march were left in barracks or the infirmary. SS personnel destroyed certain records, burned documents, and attempted to remove equipment from the tunnels. Explosives were considered for damaging infrastructure, though time and resources limited comprehensive demolition. The underground complex, once tightly controlled, now felt exposed. Production ceased entirely. Machinery stood idle. The roar of assembly lines faded into silence. For prisoners left behind, uncertainty replaced exhaustion. Would they be executed before liberation? Would guards abandon the site? On the roads, the marches grew more chaotic. As Allied aircraft strafed retreating German columns elsewhere, some prisoner groups were caught in crossfire. Others wandered after losing contact with guards who had fled. Small groups broke away when opportunities arose, hiding in forests or seeking refuge in villages. Survival became a matter of split-second decisions. For many, the marches lasted days or weeks. Numbers dwindled steadily. Illness spread further due to exposure and lack of sanitation. Corpses lined sections of the routes, grim markers of attrition. Survivors later recalled the surreal quiet of rural landscapes juxtaposed with constant threat. Back at Dora, American forces approached the Harz region. Reports of underground factories and forced labor installations reached Allied intelligence. The strategic importance of the rocket program ensured focused attention. Units advanced carefully, aware that tunnels could be booby-trapped or defended. By mid-April, the outer perimeters of the Dora complex were largely deserted by SS personnel. Some guards had retreated. Others blended into retreating military units. The once rigid structure dissolved rapidly. Prisoners left behind realized that authority had weakened. Cautious movements replaced enforced routines. When American troops finally entered the area around April 11, 1945, they encountered a partially abandoned camp. They discovered survivors, skeletal, diseased, barely able to stand. They found the vast underground tunnel system, littered with equipment, unfinished rockets, and evidence of brutal working conditions. The scale of the operation stunned them. But many who had been marched away were still somewhere on the roads of Germany. Some columns were liberated by advancing Allied units in scattered locations. Others reached secondary camps only to face continued suffering. Thousands died during these evacuations, victims not of gas chambers but of exhaustion, exposure, and deliberate cruelty. The evacuation of Mittelbau-dora marked its final lethal phase. It was not a sudden massacre, but a drawn-out dispersal of suffering across the landscape. The SS could not destroy the mountain. They could not erase the tunnels entirely, but they attempted to thin the ranks of witnesses. As this segment closes, Dora stands emptying. The underground factory is silent. Survivors cling to life amid ruins. Death marches stretch across central Germany, carrying fragments of the camp's population into uncertain fates. In the next segment, we will follow the liberation itself, the Allied confrontation with the tunnels, the documentation of crimes, and the immediate aftermath that began the long process of reckoning for what had occurred beneath the mountain. Chapter 5, Segment 3. Liberation of the Underground, Discovery, Shock and Reckoning. When American forces entered the region around Nordhausen in April 1945, they were advancing through what had once been the industrial heartland of the Reich. Their mission was military: secure territory, dismantle strategic facilities, and neutralize any remaining resistance. What they did not expect was the scale of what they were about to uncover beneath the Harz Mountains. The first signs were not the tunnels. They were the bodies. Along roads leading from Mittelbau-dora, American soldiers encountered corpses scattered in ditches and fields. Men in striped uniforms, skeletal, some still wearing wooden clogs or scraps of fabric around their feet. These were victims of the evacuation marches, left behind when they could no longer keep pace. The sight was shocking, but it was only a fragment of a much larger reality. When troops reached the Dora complex itself on April 11, 1945, they found the main camp partially abandoned. Watchtowers stood silent. Gates were open. Barracks contained prisoners too ill to march. Men barely alive, lying in bunks or on floors without strength to stand. The SS had fled in haste, leaving behind equipment, records, and evidence they had not managed to destroy. But the true scale of the operation lay beneath the surface. American units soon entered the Kohnstein Tunnels, the vast underground factory carved into the mountain. What they discovered there stunned even battle-hardened soldiers who had already witnessed devastation across Europe. The tunnels stretched for miles, illuminated only by dim electric bulbs. Machinery stood frozen in place. Assembly lines for V-2 rockets remained intact, as if waiting for workers who would never return. Rail tracks ran along the cavern floors. The air was heavy, damp, and stale. In some sections, soldiers encountered makeshift living quarters carved into side chambers, remnants of the period when prisoners had been forced to live underground. Wooden bunks stacked in tiers. Thin blankets.
No prupe sanitation.
The conditions were unmistakable. This was not simply a factory. It had been a site of confinement and suffering. Nearby, American forces discovered additional horrors. In the town of Nordhausen, adjacent to Dora, they found a subcamp where prisoners had been left behind. Bodies lay in rows outside buildings. Many had died only days earlier from starvation, disease, or execution. Medical staff accompanying the troops struggled to comprehend the level of emaciation. Survivors weighed little more than children. The shock among Allied personnel was immediate and profound. Soldiers documented what they saw with cameras and written reports. Photographs captured the tunnels, the machinery, the corpses, and the survivors. These images would later circulate widely, becoming part of the visual record that exposed the realities of the Nazi camp system to the world. Medical teams began emergency interventions. They attempted to provide food, water, and basic treatment. But relief was complicated. Many prisoners were so weakened that rapid feeding posed dangers. Disease, including typhus and dysentery, threatened both survivors and liberators. Temporary hospitals were established in nearby facilities. Triage decisions had to be made quickly. For survivors, liberation was both salvation and disorientation. Years of captivity had narrowed their world to routines of labor and fear. Suddenly the guards were gone. Armed men in unfamiliar uniforms spoke different languages. Some prisoners were too weak to comprehend that the system controlling their lives had collapsed. Others wept. Some simply stared in silence. The discovery of Dora carried additional strategic significance. The V-2 rocket program had been one of Nazi Germany's most advanced weapons initiatives. American intelligence officers immediately recognized the value of the technological assets found within the tunnels. Engineers, documents, and unfinished rockets became subjects of intense interest. In the early stages of post-war planning, this technology would influence both American and Soviet rocket programs. Yet the military importance of the site could not overshadow its human cost. Investigators began collecting testimony from survivors. They recorded accounts of underground living conditions, hangings, beatings, and the deadly pace of production. They documented the names of SS personnel when possible. These early interviews formed part of the evidentiary foundation for future war crimes proceedings. The scale of death associated with Mittelbau-dora became clearer over time. Historians would later estimate that more prisoners died in the tunnels and related camps than were killed by the rockets those prisoners produced. The irony was grim. A weapon designed to terrorize distant cities had itself been constructed through terror. Local German civilians were confronted with the reality as well. In some instances, American forces compelled residents to visit the camp and view the bodies. The goal was not vengeance but confrontation, to prevent denial. Whether these civilians had known the full extent of what occurred beneath the mountain remains a subject of historical debate. But the physical evidence was undeniable. As days passed, order slowly replaced chaos. Survivors were transferred to medical facilities. Burial details were organized for the dead. Records were cataloged. The tunnels were secured. The camp system that had once operated with bureaucratic precision now existed only as ruins and testimony. Yet liberation did not erase trauma. Many survivors carried physical damage that would never fully heal. Others faced the painful realization that families had perished elsewhere. Displacement followed. Some would spend months or years in displaced persons camps before resettlement. The liberation of Mittelbau-dora also marked the beginning of accountability efforts. Allied authorities identified key SS officials connected to the camp. Trials would follow in the post-war period, seeking to assign responsibility for forced labor, executions, and systemic cruelty. While not all perpetrators faced justice, the documentation gathered in April 1945 ensured that the crimes could not simply vanish. The mountain itself remained. The tunnels did not collapse. They stood as silent witnesses. Over time, the site would be transformed into a memorial, but in those first days of liberation it was a place suspended between horror and revelation. The Americans had uncovered more than a weapons factory. They had uncovered a system that fused technology and dehumanization, modern engineering and medieval brutality. Mittelbau-dora revealed how the Nazi regime had extended the logic of forced labor into the earth itself, hiding suffering beneath stone. As this chapter closes, the underground camp lies exposed. The guards have fled or been captured. Survivors struggle toward recovery. Allied investigators assemble evidence. The world begins to grasp that the war's crimes were not confined to battlefields but embedded in mountains, factories, and administrative systems. In the next chapter, we will turn to the broader reckoning. The trials, the fate of those responsible, and the long path by which Mittelbau-dora moved from secrecy to memory, from hidden tunnels to historical record. Chapter 6, Segment 1. Trials, Accountability, and the Search for Responsibility. When the gates of Mittelbau-dora fell silent and the tunnels were secured by Allied forces, the machinery of production stopped. But another machinery began to move. This one did not assemble rockets. It assembled testimony, affidavits, indictments, and charges. The war in Europe ended in May 1945, but for those connected to the underground camp, the question of responsibility had only just begun. The discovery of the camp had left behind more than physical evidence. It left behind names, SS officers, civilian administrators, capos, engineers, guards, men who had overseen transport lists, supervised labor details, enforced punishments, or signed transfer orders. Some had fled in the final weeks of the war, attempting to disappear into the collapsing Reich. Others were captured in uniform. A few claimed they had merely followed orders, a phrase that would echo again and again in the years that followed. The Allied powers were already preparing for an unprecedented legal undertaking: the prosecution of major war criminals. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg would focus on the highest-ranking leaders of the Nazi regime, but beneath that historic trial unfolded a series of additional proceedings aimed at those who operated the camps. Mittelbau-dora became one such focus. The evidence was substantial. American military investigators had documented the tunnels, the barracks, the bodies, and the records left behind. Survivor testimony described underground confinement, hangings for alleged sabotage, beatings for failing production quotas, starvation rations, and the systematic selection of prisoners for punishment or death. Among the most prominent figures associated with the camp was its final commandant, Richard Baer, though he would later evade immediate capture and be linked to other camps as well. Other SS officers and administrative personnel were identified more quickly. The chain of command, though partially obscured by destruction and chaos, could be reconstructed through documentation and witness accounts. In 1947, the United States convened the Dora trial at Dachau as part of a broader series of proceedings against camp personnel. Former guards, administrators, and functionaries were brought before military tribunals. Survivors were called to testify. Interpreters translated painful memories into legal language. Prosecutors sought to demonstrate not only isolated acts of cruelty but participation in a coordinated system of forced labor and murder. The courtroom atmosphere was tense. Many defendants presented themselves as minor functionaries. They argued that they lacked authority to change policy. They claimed ignorance of deaths beyond their immediate assignments. Some insisted that conditions were the result of wartime shortages rather than deliberate policy. But testimony contradicted such defenses. Survivors described officers who personally oversaw hangings inside the tunnels. They named guards who beat prisoners collapsing under rocket components. They recounted roll calls conducted in freezing conditions where those who fell were left to die. The systematic nature of underground confinement during the camp's early phase was emphasized. The decision to keep prisoners inside the tunnels without sunlight or sanitation had not been accidental. The legal framework required prosecutors to establish individual responsibility within a collective system. It was not enough to show that atrocities occurred. The tribunal sought to demonstrate that specific defendants had knowledge of or direct participation in criminal acts. Sentences varied. Some defendants received death sentences. Others were sentenced to imprisonment. A number were acquitted due to insufficient direct evidence. The outcomes reflected both the complexity of the cases and the limitations of post-war justice mechanisms. Evidence had been destroyed. Witnesses had died. Memories, though vivid, sometimes conflicted. Beyond the American proceedings, additional accountability efforts unfolded in other jurisdictions. The Soviet Union prosecuted individuals connected to crimes in occupied territories. West German courts in later decades reopened investigations as new documentation emerged and political climates shifted. The pursuit of justice did not occur in a single moment. It stretched across decades. Yet the trials were about more than punishment. They were about documentation. Court transcripts preserved survivor voices in official records. Exhibits included photographs of the tunnels and barracks. Reports detailed production figures, transport lists, and mortality rates. What had once been hidden beneath stone entered public archives. For survivors, participation in these trials carried immense emotional weight. To speak of underground life meant revisiting starvation, beatings, and the loss of friends and family. Some testified calmly, others struggled. A few could not bring themselves to recount certain events, but collectively, their testimony formed a counterweight to denial. The trials also exposed a broader truth about Mittelbau-dora. It was not an isolated aberration. It functioned within the larger SS camp system and the Nazi war economy. Industrial firms had contracted labor from the camp. Engineers had collaborated with SS administrators. Civilian bureaucrats had processed requisitions for prisoners as if they were raw materials. The concept of following orders came under scrutiny. The tribunals established that obedience did not absolve individuals from responsibility for crimes against humanity. This legal principle would influence international law in the decades that followed, shaping conventions on war crimes and genocide. Still, justice was incomplete. Many lower-level guards blended into post-war society. Some assumed new identities. Others benefited from shifting political priorities during the early Cold War, when anti-communist alignment sometimes overshadowed accountability. The full moral reckoning with Mittelbau-dora would extend far beyond the courtroom. Meanwhile, the physical site remained under Allied control before transitioning into East German administration. The tunnels, once secret, became subjects of inspection and documentation. In the emerging division of Germany, the memory of camps took on political dimensions. In the East, anti-fascist narratives emphasized resistance and martyrdom. In the West, public engagement with camp histories evolved more gradually. Mittelbau-dora's identity shifted. No longer a weapons facility, no longer an active camp. It became evidence, a physical testament to the convergence of technology and terror. The trials ensured that its name entered legal history, but remembrance would require sustained effort. As this segment concludes, the courtroom doors close for the day. Defendants sit behind glass or bars. Survivors step down from witness stands. Judges prepare written opinions. Outside, a new Europe is emerging from ruins, divided by ideology, yet united by the knowledge that unprecedented crimes have occurred. In the next segment, we will examine how Mittelbau-dora transitioned from a site of prosecution to a site of memory, how memorialization unfolded in a divided Germany, and how the underground camp came to occupy its place in the broader history of the Holocaust and forced labor. Chapter 6, Segment 2. From Ruins to Remembrance. The Struggle to Preserve Memory. When the trials concluded and the headlines faded, Mittelbau-dora entered a quieter phase of history, one shaped not by production quotas or courtroom verdicts, but by the long, complicated process of remembrance. The camp had been a place of secrecy during the war. After liberation, it risked becoming a place of silence. In the immediate aftermath of 1945, Germany itself lay in ruins. Cities were shattered. Millions were displaced. The moral collapse of the Nazi regime left a society grappling not only with physical reconstruction but with the weight of knowledge. Camps like Mittelbau-dora forced difficult questions. Who knew? Who participated? Who remained silent? In the American occupation zone, investigators documented the site extensively. Photographs were taken of the tunnels. Architectural plans were catalogued. Survivor statements were recorded. Yet as the geopolitical climate shifted and the Cold War emerged, attention moved toward new tensions between East and West. Mittelbau-dora found itself within the Soviet occupation zone, which would become the German Democratic Republic East Germany. In this new political landscape, remembrance was shaped by ideology. East German authorities framed the history of the camps within an anti-fascist narrative. The emphasis often centered on political prisoners and communist resistance fighters. Their suffering and defiance were highlighted as symbols of resistance to fascism. This interpretation was not false. Political prisoners had indeed been central to the camp population, but it sometimes narrowed the broader complexity of victims, including Jewish prisoners, foreign laborers, and others persecuted under racial ideology. Memorialization began cautiously. In the 1950s and 1960s, former prisoners' associations played a crucial role. Survivors organized commemorations, published memoirs, and pressed authorities to preserve sections of the camp as a site of education. They understood that memory does not preserve itself. It requires guardians. The tunnels posed a particular challenge. For safety reasons, many areas were unstable. Portions collapsed over time. Maintaining them demanded resources and political will. Some parts were sealed. Others were selectively opened for documentation. In 1964, the Mittelbau-dora Memorial was officially established by East German authorities. Exhibitions were created. Plaques were installed. Ceremonies marked anniversaries of liberation. The narrative presented emphasized the triumph of anti-fascism over fascism, a framing consistent with the state's political identity. Yet survivors often felt that something essential remained unfinished. The underground suffering, months spent without sunlight, air thick with dust, bodies lying beside production lines, required nuanced acknowledgement. The interplay between SS authority and industrial collaboration required critical analysis. And the specific targeting of Jewish prisoners, particularly during the later phases of the camp's operation, demanded fuller integration into public history. As decades passed, generational shifts altered the conversation. Younger historians in both East and West Germany began examining the economic structures of the Nazi war machine more closely. Research uncovered the extent to which forced labor had underpinned Germany's armaments industry. Mittelbau-dora emerged not only as a camp of brutality but as a central node in the production of advanced weapons like the V-2 rocket. The irony was stark. The same rockets assembled in the tunnels had been hailed by Nazi propaganda as symbols of technological genius. After the war, scientists associated with the program, including Wernher von Braun, would play prominent roles in rocket development in the United States and the Soviet Union. The technological legacy continued, but often detached from the memory of those who had died assembling the machines. This separation troubled many survivors. How could the narrative of space exploration coexist with the memory of starvation in underground tunnels? How could innovation be celebrated without acknowledging the labor that made it possible? These questions surfaced repeatedly in academic debates and public discussions. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 marked another turning point. German reunification opened archives previously divided by ideology. Historians from East and West collaborated to reassess camp histories with renewed transparency. Mittelbau-dora's memorial underwent transformation. Exhibits were redesigned to reflect broader victim groups and to integrate scholarship developed over decades. The memorial site expanded its educational mission. New documentation centers were constructed. Guided tours were redesigned to include detailed explanations of the camp's role in the Holocaust and the forced labor system. Survivor testimonies were incorporated into multimedia exhibits. The tunnels, where accessible, were stabilized for controlled visitation. Commemoration ceremonies grew more inclusive. Representatives from multiple nations attended anniversaries. Descendants of prisoners stood alongside German officials. Speeches addressed not only anti-fascism but also anti-Semitism, racism, and the dangers of authoritarianism in any form. Memory, however, is never static. As the generation of survivors aged, urgency intensified. Oral histories were recorded extensively before witnesses could no longer speak. Educational programs targeted students, emphasizing that the story of Mittelbau-dora was not confined to the past. It illustrated how modern systems, factories, paperwork, engineering could be mobilized for destruction. The physical landscape itself became part of remembrance. Walking through the remnants of barracks foundations, visitors encounter silence where once there was shouting and machinery. Descending toward the tunnel entrances, they confront the stark geometry of carved stone. The environment invites reflection not through spectacle, but through scale and absence. The memorial also addressed a broader challenge: combating denial and distortion. As decades passed, fringe voices attempted to minimize or reinterpret aspects of camp history. Scholarly documentation became essential defense. Archival evidence, trial transcripts, production records, and survivor accounts formed a network of proof resistant to erasure. Mittelbau-dora's transformation from secret weapons facility to documented memorial site illustrates a profound shift from concealment to confrontation. In this segment, we have traced how remembrance emerged amid political tension, ideological framing, and evolving scholarship. The camp did not disappear after liberation. It entered a new phase as a site of moral education. In the next segment, we will explore the broader legacy of Mittelbau-dora within global memory, how its history intersects with discussions of technology, responsibility, and the enduring question of how societies prevent the repetition of organized cruelty. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Legacy of the Underground, Technology, Responsibility, and the Memory of Mittelbau-dora. When the gates of Mittelbau-dora were opened and the tunnels fell silent, the machinery did not disappear from history. The V-2 rockets assembled beneath the Harz Mountains had already altered the trajectory of modern warfare. They had demonstrated that technology could leap beyond borders, beyond defenses, beyond imagination. But buried within that achievement was a truth as dark as the tunnels themselves. Innovation had been fueled by suffering. In the years following the war, the world entered a new era defined by rockets. The same engineers who had overseen production at Dora were recruited by victorious powers eager to claim technological advantage. In the United States, Operation Paperclip transferred German scientists into American research programs. In the Soviet Union, similar efforts relocated specialists eastward. The race for missiles and space exploration began almost immediately. For many survivors of Mittelbau-dora, this development carried a painful irony. The V-2 rocket became a stepping stone toward satellites, lunar missions, and eventually human spaceflight. The language surrounding it shifted from terror to triumph. Yet those who had labored underground remembered the starvation, the beatings, the suffocating dust. They remembered bodies left where they fell, assembly lines that did not stop for death. The question lingered: can progress be separated from its origins? This moral tension forms part of Mittelbau-dora's enduring legacy. It challenges a comforting narrative that history moves neatly from darkness to light. Instead, it reveals a continuity, how knowledge extracted from cruelty can travel forward into new contexts, carrying unspoken histories. Modern historians increasingly examine this connection. They do not deny the scientific achievements that followed the war, but they insist that remembrance must accompany recognition. The rockets that reached the edge of space were first assembled by prisoners who were denied sunlight. The tunnels themselves remain as testimony. Visitors who descend into preserved sections today encounter vast, echoing corridors carved by forced labor. The air feels heavy even decades later. Electric lights illuminate what once was darkness, but they cannot erase the memory embedded in stone. Each meter of tunnel represents hours of human exhaustion. The concept of death through labor acquires new meaning here. It was not only the quarry at Nordhausen where granite crushed bones. It was also here where engineering and exhaustion converged in subterranean silence. The labor was modern, industrial, precise, yet the outcome was the same. Responsibility, therefore, extends beyond individual perpetrators. The SS administered the camp. Guards enforced discipline. Engineers supervised production. Industrial firms collaborated. Bureaucrats processed documents. Each role was defined within a system that normalized exploitation. This diffusion of responsibility is one of the most disturbing lessons of Mittelbau-dora. It shows how large systems can function without requiring every participant to confront the full consequences of their actions. A supervisor might focus on meeting quotas. An engineer might concentrate on technical adjustments. A clerk might process paperwork. Meanwhile, the human cost accumulates. This pattern is not confined to one era. It speaks to a broader warning about modernity itself, about how efficiency, specialization, and hierarchy can obscure ethical accountability. Mittelbau-dora stands as a case study in how technological ambition can detach from moral limits. At the same time, the camp's history includes acts of courage. Prisoners organized small networks of resistance. Some sabotaged equipment subtly. Others shared food, risking punishment to keep fellow inmates alive. Political prisoners often formed support systems across national lines. These acts did not dismantle the system, but they preserved fragments of humanity within it. After liberation, survivors carried these memories into public testimony. They spoke not only of suffering but of solidarity. Their accounts remind us that even in spaces designed for dehumanization, individuals retained agency in small but meaningful ways. As decades pass, another transformation occurs: the shift from living memory to historical memory. When survivors speak, history feels immediate. When they are gone, archives must carry the weight of remembrance. Mittelbau-dora's memorial institutions recognize this transition. Educational programs focus on young visitors, emphasizing critical thinking about authority, technology, and prejudice. The site does not present itself as spectacle. It invites contemplation. Standing before the tunnel entrances, one sees not dramatic ruins but the quiet persistence of stone. The surrounding landscape appears peaceful. Trees sway. Birds move freely above ground. The contrast underscores the unnatural violence once contained below. Memory work involves confronting this contrast. It requires acknowledging that places of horror often coexist beside ordinary life. Mittelbau-dora operated near towns whose residents heard trains, saw smoke, and lived their daily routines. The question of awareness, who knew what and when, remains part of the historical conversation. The camp's legacy also intersects with international law. The recognition of forced labor as a crime against humanity strengthened post-war legal frameworks. Documentation from Dora contributed to broader understandings of how industrial exploitation within camps functioned. This evidence informed evolving standards for prosecuting war crimes and crimes against humanity. Thus, Mittelbau-dora exists at the intersection of memory, morality, and law. It teaches that technological progress does not guarantee ethical progress. It demonstrates that systems built for efficiency can become instruments of destruction. And it affirms that remembrance is an active choice, not a passive inheritance. When visitors leave the memorial site, they carry more than historical facts. They carry questions. How do societies ensure that innovation serves life rather than destroys it? How do institutions cultivate accountability rather than concealment? How do individuals resist participation in harmful systems? These questions extend beyond the 20th century. They remain urgent wherever power and technology intersect. Mittelbau-dora's tunnels no longer echo with machinery. The assembly lines are gone. The quotas have vanished. But the lessons carved into stone endure. As we conclude this chapter, we recognize that the underground rocket camp was not an anomaly isolated from history. It was a product of ideology, ambition, and indifference combined. And it stands as a reminder that progress without conscience can descend into darkness. In the next chapter, we will turn to the final days of the camp, the evacuations, the collapsing Reich, and the chaotic liberation that revealed to the world what had been hidden beneath the mountains. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Evacuation Orders. The Reich collapses. By the beginning of 1945, the war that had once seemed unstoppable to the Nazi leadership was unraveling at terrifying speed. Cities burned under Allied bombing. Supply lines fractured. Rail networks crumbled. On both eastern and western fronts, German forces retreated in chaos. Yet deep beneath the Harz Mountains, inside the tunnels of Mittelbau-dora, production orders continued. Rockets were still being assembled. Quotas were still issued. Prisoners were still driven forward by fear and exhaustion. But the illusion of permanence was fading. Rumors traveled quickly among prisoners. They heard distant artillery at night. They saw columns of smoke rising on the horizon. Guards whispered intense conversations. SS officers who had once projected certainty now carried an edge of anxiety. The regime that had created this underground empire was collapsing, and collapse brought danger. When Allied armies approached camp systems elsewhere, the SS responded with a brutal pattern: evacuation. The term sounded administrative, almost neutral. In reality, it meant forced marches under lethal conditions. It meant starvation extended across open roads. It meant prisoners driven through villages and forests with little food, little water, and no destination beyond delay. In early April 1945, orders reached Mittelbau-dora. The camp was to be cleared. The logic behind the order followed familiar priorities. Prisoners were witnesses. Tunnels were evidence. Documents were records of crimes. The approaching Allied forces must not find intact proof of what had been done. And if prisoners could not be hidden, they could at least be moved, scattered, dispersed, or killed along the way. For the inmates, the announcement produced a mixture of dread and fragile hope. Some feared the marches more than the tunnels. Stories had filtered in from other camps. Columns of skeletal men collapsing by the roadside, guards shooting those who fell behind, villages witnessing silent processions of exhaustion. Others believed that movement might increase their chances of survival. If Allied forces were close, perhaps the chaos of evacuation could offer opportunity. Preparation for departure was brutal in its haste. Barracks were emptied. Lists were called. Prisoners too weak to stand were often left behind, though not out of mercy. Some were abandoned to die. Others were shot outright. The sick wards, already overcrowded, became scenes of desperation as men struggled to join marching columns rather than remain in place. SS guards, facing their own uncertain futures, acted with heightened aggression. Discipline tightened. Beatings intensified. The atmosphere shifted from industrial brutality to frantic cruelty. The tunnels themselves grew eerily quiet. Machinery that had once roared through the night slowed and stopped. Tools were abandoned where they lay. The vast corridors, so long filled with forced labor, echoed differently now, as if the mountain itself sensed change. Outside, columns began to form. Prisoners were assembled in groups numbering in the hundreds, sometimes thousands. They were given minimal rations, often nothing more than scraps. Many lacked proper shoes. Clothing hung in tatters from emaciated frames. The journey ahead stretched into uncertainty. Where were they being taken? Some columns were directed toward other camps still under SS control. Others were moved aimlessly, redirected as roads were cut off by advancing troops. The geography of retreat shifted daily. Orders were revised, then contradicted. Guards sometimes received conflicting instructions, adding confusion to brutality. As the first columns left Dora, the landscape of northern Germany became a corridor of suffering. Villagers watched as skeletal men passed by under armed escort. Some residents later claimed ignorance of camp conditions. Yet the sight of these columns, barely alive, stumbling through towns, forced confrontation. A system once hidden underground now moved visibly across open roads. The pace of marching was relentless. Those who faltered were beaten. Those who collapsed risked being shot. Corpses were left behind, often unburied. The columns pressed forward not with strategic clarity but with desperation. The regime's priority was delay, preventing prisoners from falling into Allied hands long enough to obscure responsibility. Meanwhile, within the SS ranks, morale fractured. Some guards contemplated escape. Others hardened their cruelty, determined to maintain authority until the end. A few sensed that their roles might soon bring accountability. The certainty that had once defined the camp hierarchy dissolved into unease. For prisoners, survival depended on fragile networks. Men supported one another physically, sharing the burden of keeping a friend upright. Those with marginal strength assisted the weaker. Small acts of solidarity, an arm offered, a whispered warning, a shared crust of bread, made the difference between life and death. The evacuation revealed a final layer of the camp's design. Mittelbau-dora had been built for controlled exploitation. The tunnels represented systematic oppression, regulated, measured, bureaucratic. The marches represented chaos, violence stripped of even the thin structure of industrial routine. Both, however, shared the same objective: preservation of the regime at the expense of human life. As days passed, Allied forces closed in. American units advanced from the west. Intelligence reports indicated the presence of camps in the Harz region. Reconnaissance planes observed movement along roads. Yet the full scope of what had occurred underground remained unknown. Back at Dora, a fraction of prisoners remained, the most severely ill, those deemed unfit for transport, the abandoned. These men existed in a liminal state, neither evacuated nor liberated. Guards dwindled as some fled or repositioned. The camp's authority structure weakened. For the first time since its establishment, the tight grip of the SS loosened. But freedom had not yet arrived. Food stocks were nearly exhausted. Disease spread unchecked. Without organized distribution, hunger intensified. The camp, once driven by production schedules, descended into disarray. Outside, the columns continued their grim journey. In forests and fields, bodies marked the path. Some prisoners managed to slip away during confusion, hiding in barns or blending into displaced civilian flows. Others were recaptured. Many did not survive the march. The evacuation of Mittelbau-dora was not a single event but a series of forced movements across days and weeks. It represented the final expression of a regime unwilling to confront defeat honestly. Even in collapse, it prioritized concealment over mercy. As Chapter 7 unfolds, we will follow these columns further, through encounters with advancing troops, through moments of sudden liberation, and through the chaotic disintegration of SS control. The end of Dora did not come with a single dramatic moment. It came through fragmentation, through exhaustion, retreat, and the irreversible unraveling of a system built on terror. The tunnels had once confined suffering to darkness. Now that suffering marched into daylight. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Death Marches, the final weapon of a failing regime. By mid-April 1945, the evacuation of Mittelbau-dora had become something far more chaotic than an organized transfer. Columns of prisoners stretched across roads, forests, and rural paths, moving without clear direction as the Reich collapsed around them. What had begun as a calculated effort to remove witnesses quickly transformed into a grim procession driven by fear of Allied discovery, fear of accountability, fear of losing control. The SS no longer marched with confidence. They marched with urgency. Prisoners were ordered forward before dawn. Frost still clung to the ground in the early mornings, soaking thin shoes and torn fabric. Many had no proper footwear at all. Feet were wrapped in scraps of cloth, cardboard, or nothing at all. Each step reopened wounds that had never healed. Hunger gnawed constantly. Some men had not eaten properly in days before the evacuation even began. The roads became corridors of attrition. Those who stumbled were beaten upright. Those who could not stand were often shot without ceremony. There were no burials. The columns did not stop long enough for that. Bodies remained at the roadside, silent markers of how far the march had already come. Villagers witnessed the passage. For years, much of the horror of Dora had remained hidden underground, concealed within mountains and guarded fences. Now it moved openly through towns and countryside. Civilians saw skeletal figures guarded by armed men. They saw striped uniforms hanging from frames reduced to bone. Some looked away. Some offered water in secret. Some did nothing, paralyzed by fear or disbelief. The marchers moved through a landscape that no longer resembled a functioning nation. Bomb craters scarred roads. Bridges were destroyed. Columns were rerouted repeatedly as Allied forces advanced. Guards received conflicting instructions. In some places they were told to push toward remaining camps. In others they were ordered to avoid certain routes entirely. Communication faltered as command structures disintegrated. The prisoners sensed this confusion. Whispers passed along the line. "The Americans are near. The war is almost over. Hold on a little longer." Hope and terror coexisted. Liberation might be days away, or death might come first. Some guards began to change in subtle ways. A few showed signs of panic, scanning the skies for aircraft, listening for distant artillery. Others hardened their brutality, as though determined to enforce discipline until the final hour. There were moments when authority wavered, pauses in the shouting, uncertainty about direction. And in those moments prisoners exchanged glances that carried fragile possibility. Escape, however, was nearly impossible. The men were weak, disoriented, unfamiliar with the terrain. Even if one slipped into nearby woods, survival without food or shelter was unlikely, and recapture meant execution. Still, some tried. A handful disappeared into forests when columns fragmented. Their fates often remain unknown. Weather turned against them as well. Cold rains soaked clothing and made the roads slick. At night, prisoners were sometimes forced to sleep outdoors, lying on damp ground without blankets. Guards rotated shifts. Prisoners endured without relief. The human body, already ravaged by months or years of forced labor underground, had little reserve left. As days passed, the columns thinned, not because the marches shortened, but because the marchers did. Exhaustion became absolute. Men supported one another physically, draping arms across shoulders to prevent collapse. Those who had once worked side by side in the tunnels now fought together simply to take the next step. Small groups formed protective circles, ensuring that the weakest were not left alone at the rear. Solidarity, fragile but real, became a form of resistance. A shared crust of bread, hidden from guards. A whispered warning when a rifle was raised. An agreement to slow collectively so that a struggling comrade could recover. These acts did not end the violence, but they preserved humanity within it. Meanwhile, Allied forces advanced relentlessly. American units moved through central Germany with increasing speed. Intelligence officers were receiving scattered reports of camps and forced labor sites. Yet the full scale of Dora's underground operation remained unclear. What they did know was that columns of prisoners were being driven across the countryside, and that time was critical. In several locations, marching routes intersected with the rapid collapse of German military positions. Occasionally, guards abandoned their posts entirely, discarding uniforms and attempting to blend into civilian populations. In other instances, they continued escorting columns until the very last moment, even when artillery could be heard nearby. The power dynamic that had defined Dora began to fracture. The SS had ruled through absolute control, surveillance, routine, punishment, documentation. On the open road, that control weakened. There were no watchtowers, no electrified fences. Only armed men and exhausted captives moving through a crumbling nation. Yet the violence did not lessen. In fact, unpredictability increased it. There were instances where entire groups were forced into barns or fields overnight, uncertain whether they would march again or face execution. Some columns were redirected multiple times, extending the ordeal unnecessarily. The objective seemed no longer strategic but punitive, as though suffering itself had become the final command. For many prisoners, the march blurred into a single continuous struggle. Time lost meaning. Distances were immeasurable. Hunger overshadowed thought. Survival reduced to breath, step, and still the end approached. Reports of Allied proximity spread more frequently. The thunder of artillery grew louder. In some towns, German military units had already retreated before the columns arrived. The regime's facade of control was crumbling visibly now. The evacuation of Mittelbau-dora revealed a truth about the camp system that had been less visible underground. It was sustained not only by ideology and bureaucracy, but by momentum. Once that momentum failed, chaos exposed its fragility. In the tunnels, prisoners had labored under calculated brutality. On the roads, they endured collapse. This segment closes as the columns near the breaking point, both physically and structurally. In the next segment, we will witness the final unraveling. Encounters with advancing Allied forces, sudden confrontations between guards and liberators, and the moment when a system designed to erase humanity finally loses its power to command. The marches were meant to delay liberation. Instead, they became the last proof of how far the regime would go, even as it fell apart around them. Chapter 7, Segment 3. Collapse and Liberation. When the underground fell silent. By the final days of April 1945, the evacuation columns from Mittelbau-dora were no longer part of a coherent plan. They were fragments of a system in freefall. Orders contradicted one another. Some guards had deserted. Others clung to procedure as if routine alone could hold back defeat. The prisoners, barely able to walk, sensed that something immense was shifting, not within the camp system, but within Germany itself. Artillery rolled across the horizon like distant thunder. American armored units advanced through Thuringia with increasing speed. Town after town fell with limited resistance. German military formations were dissolving. Communication lines were severed. Railways were destroyed. The Reich that had once prided itself on efficiency and order now existed in pockets of confusion and fear. For many marching prisoners, liberation arrived not as a dramatic charge, but as an interruption. A column halted suddenly. Guards whispered urgently among themselves. Some fled into nearby woods. Others attempted to maintain formation until the last possible moment. Then, often without warning, American soldiers appeared at the edge of roads or villages. Rifles raised, uniforms unfamiliar, faces hardened by months of war. The encounter was surreal. Prisoners who had spent years under SS authority struggled to comprehend what they were seeing. Some could not stand upright. Some were too weak to react. Others wept without sound. Liberation, in those first seconds, felt less like triumph and more like disbelief. For American troops, the shock was equally profound. They had expected resistance, fortifications, perhaps military installations. Instead, they found skeletal figures wrapped in striped cloth, men whose bodies bore the visible evidence of starvation and abuse. They saw wounds untreated, eyes hollow, movements slow and unsteady. The scale of physical deterioration told a story before any words were exchanged. Mittelbau-dora itself was reached shortly thereafter. On April 11, 1945, elements of the U.S. 3rd Armored Division and the 104th Infantry Division entered the area surrounding the camp complex. What they found was both abandoned and revealing. Many prisoners had already been forced out on evacuation marches. But thousands remained, too weak to move, left behind in barracks and infirmaries. The tunnels lay silent. The vast underground chambers carved into the Kohnstein Mountain, once alive with machinery, shouting, and relentless labor, were now eerily still. Rocket components lay unfinished. Tools were scattered. Paperwork remained on desks. The forced labor system that had fueled the V2 program had ceased almost overnight. American investigators descended into the tunnels cautiously. They encountered the scale of the operation. Miles of excavated passageways, assembly areas, storage chambers. The industrial ambition was undeniable. So was the human cost. Survivors explained how they had lived and worked entirely underground during the camp's early phase. No sunlight, little ventilation, constant dust. Death had not been incidental. It had been predictable. Above ground, evidence of brutality was everywhere. Mass graves had been partially concealed but not fully erased. Crematoria stood as physical proof of systematic death. Records, though incomplete, indicated the staggering mortality rates that had defined Dora's existence. The camp hospital, if it could be called that, held men barely alive, emaciated to the edge of survival. Liberation did not end suffering instantly. Medical units were summoned urgently. Doctors confronted conditions they had rarely seen. Extreme malnutrition, untreated infections, advanced tuberculosis, frostbite from the marches. Food had to be introduced carefully. Sudden overeating could prove fatal. Clean water, blankets, and basic hygiene were prioritized. Stabilization became the immediate mission. The soldiers who entered Dora understood quickly that they were witnessing something beyond ordinary wartime brutality. Photographs were taken. Reports were filed. Journalists would soon follow. The underground rocket program, long rumored and feared, was now inseparable from the image of skeletal laborers who had built it. The technological achievement of the V2 was forever tied to the human cost hidden beneath it. For the survivors, liberation was complicated. Relief mingled with grief. Many had lost entire families in ghettos, extermination camps, or earlier transports. Freedom meant facing an uncertain future. No home to return to, no clear path forward. Some were displaced persons without nationality. Others feared returning to regions now controlled by different armies or governments. The collapse of the camp system exposed another truth. Dora had been both a concentration camp and a node within a broader economic network. Industries that benefited from forced labor were identified. Engineers and administrators connected to the rocket program came under scrutiny. Some would later be interrogated. A number would stand trial. Others, particularly scientists, would be recruited by Allied powers for their expertise, their complicity overshadowed by Cold War urgency. This moral complexity emerged almost immediately. How could a regime capable of such industrialized cruelty also produce advanced technology coveted by its enemies? The question would shape post-war debates and ethical discussions for decades. Dora was not just a site of suffering. It was a symbol of the fusion between modern science and inhuman exploitation. As weeks passed, order slowly returned to the liberated site. Survivors were relocated to hospitals and displaced persons camps. American forces secured the area. Documentation teams cataloged evidence. The tunnels were examined, mapped, and eventually sealed. The machinery of death and labor had stopped, but the responsibility to remember had only begun. The end of Mittelbau-dora marked more than the closure of a camp. It signaled the exposure of a hidden system that had operated beneath mountains and beneath public awareness. Unlike some extermination sites that were dismantled before liberation, Dora's infrastructure remained visible. The mountain itself testified. In the aftermath, trials would seek accountability. Former SS personnel were prosecuted. Witnesses recounted conditions in chilling detail. The record of forced labor, starvation, executions, and medical neglect became part of the historical archive of the Holocaust. Dora entered the broader narrative not as an anomaly, but as evidence of how deeply the Nazi war effort relied on coerced human suffering. For the men who survived, memory became both burden and obligation. They carried the knowledge of tunnels without light, of shifts without end, of comrades buried without names. Some would speak publicly in later decades. Others would remain silent, their trauma internalized. But collectively, their survival ensured that Dora could not be erased. This chapter closes with the mountain quiet at last. The generators are silent. The guards are gone. The prisoners stand, unsteady but alive, beneath open sky. The system that sought to reduce them to expendable labor has collapsed. In the next chapter, we turn from liberation to reckoning, to the trials, the investigations, and the long struggle to confront how an underground rocket factory became one of the most lethal forced labor camps in the Nazi Empire. The tunnels have fallen silent, but history has begun to speak. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Reckoning begins. Trials, interrogations, and the search for responsibility. When the guns finally fell silent across Germany, the war did not truly end. It changed shape. The front lines dissolved, but another kind of confrontation began. Quieter, slower, and far more complex. It was the confrontation between memory and denial, between documentation and destruction, between survivors and those who had built the machinery of suffering. Mittelbau-dora did not disappear into the chaos of defeat. Unlike camps that had been fully dismantled before Allied forces arrived, Dora remained. Its tunnels intact, its records partially preserved, its survivors alive to speak. That visibility meant something. It meant the world could not claim ignorance. American military investigators moved methodically through the site. They cataloged barracks. They photographed corpses and mass graves. They entered the underground chambers where V-2 rockets had been assembled. They recorded testimony from men who had lived for months without sunlight, who had watched others collapse from exhaustion, who had seen executions carried out with bureaucratic calm. The evidence formed a pattern. Dora had not been an accident. It had not been an isolated excess. It was the logical result of policy, a place where the SS, the armaments ministry, private contractors, engineers, and administrators intersected. It was forced labor organized on an industrial scale, feeding directly into one of the Reich's most ambitious weapons programs. That connection would become central in the months that followed. Interrogations began almost immediately. Captured SS guards, camp administrators, and civilian engineers were questioned about their roles. Some claimed they had followed orders. Others insisted they had been unaware of the full extent of suffering. A few admitted knowledge but denied responsibility. The familiar defenses emerged quickly: obedience, necessity, patriotism. Yet the survivors told a different story. They described the early months inside the tunnels, when prisoners slept in the very chambers they were excavating. They recalled beatings for falling behind production quotas. They spoke of executions carried out publicly to reinforce discipline. They explained how selection for transport often meant removal to other camps or death. The testimonies converged. Dora had functioned as both concentration camp and armaments facility. The rockets that terrorized London and Antwerp had been assembled by men who were starving, ill, and treated as disposable. The war economy and the camp system were inseparable. In the broader Allied strategy, major figures of the Nazi regime were being prepared for trial at Nuremberg. But Dora required its own legal response. The crimes committed there were specific, documented, and tied to identifiable individuals. Thus began what would later be known as the Dora trials. In the autumn of 1947, a series of proceedings were held under American military authority in Dachau. Former SS personnel from Mittelbau-dora were brought before military tribunals. Charges included war crimes, crimes against humanity, and participation in the mistreatment and murder of prisoners. The courtroom atmosphere was stark. Survivors testified in measured voices, recounting experiences that still felt immediate. Prosecutors presented photographs taken during liberation, images of emaciated bodies, crowded barracks, and the cavernous tunnels. Medical reports detailed starvation, tuberculosis, and untreated injuries. The defense attempted to narrow responsibility. They argued that individual guards had limited power, that larger decisions came from Berlin, that the chaos of the final months distorted perception. But the prosecution emphasized the systemic nature of cruelty. The camp's operation required daily choices by officers who assigned labor, by guards who enforced discipline, by administrators who tracked production while ignoring mortality. Verdicts varied. Several defendants received death sentences. Others were sentenced to long prison terms. A number were acquitted due to insufficient direct evidence. Justice, even in the context of such visible suffering, proved uneven. Beyond the courtroom, another moral complexity emerged. The rocket program itself had attracted intense Allied interest. The V-2 technology represented a breakthrough in long-range missile development. American and Soviet authorities both recognized its strategic potential in the emerging post-war landscape. Engineers who had overseen production, including high-profile figures, were evaluated not only for complicity but also for utility. This dual process created tension. On one hand, the trials affirmed that forced labor and murder were crimes. On the other, certain scientists were relocated, interrogated, and eventually integrated into new research programs. The Cold War began almost immediately, and technological advantage became a priority. For survivors, this development felt unsettling. The mountain that had consumed so many lives was now a site of technical fascination. The rockets built through suffering were studied, improved, and repurposed. The moral boundary between accountability and ambition blurred. Meanwhile, displaced prisoners struggled to rebuild their lives. Some returned to Eastern Europe only to face political instability or renewed anti-Semitism. Others emigrated to the United States, Palestine, or Western Europe. Many carried physical scars, lung damage from tunnel dust, chronic illness from malnutrition, alongside psychological trauma that would surface for decades. Commemoration did not happen immediately. In the immediate aftermath of war, Europe focused on reconstruction. The tunnels of Dora were sealed for a time, partly for safety, partly from reluctance. It would take years before systematic memorialization began. Survivors advocated for recognition, for plaques, for preservation of the site as evidence. Gradually, the narrative shifted. Dora was acknowledged not merely as a subcamp, but as a central example of how industrial ambition and ideological cruelty could merge. Scholars examined the intersection between the SS private industry and the armaments ministry. They traced how forced labor became essential to late-war production. The mountain itself remained a silent witness. Visitors who eventually entered the preserved tunnels encountered the scale of the enterprise. Long corridors carved from rock, spaces once filled with machinery and men. The emptiness now felt heavy, as if sound itself had retreated. The absence of movement underscored the memory of those who had labored there without rest. Reckoning, however, was never complete. Some perpetrators escaped justice. Some records were lost. Some survivors died before they could testify. History, though documented, remained vulnerable to distortion and denial. That vulnerability would shape the decades to come. Educational programs, survivor memoirs, and archival research expanded public understanding. Dora became part of a broader conversation about forced labor, industrial complicity, and the ethics of scientific advancement. The lesson extended beyond Germany. It raised questions about how modern societies balance innovation with morality, efficiency with humanity. The reckoning that began in courtrooms thus extended into classrooms and memorial halls. Mittelbau-dora's story did not conclude with liberation. It entered a second life, one defined by testimony, scholarship, and remembrance. The tunnels that once echoed with machinery now echo with guided voices recounting what happened within them. In this chapter, we have traced the first steps of accountability. In the next segment, we will explore how memory evolved over time, how Dora was remembered, contested, and preserved, and how its history continues to shape our understanding of forced labor and technological ambition. The war ended in fire and surrender. But the struggle to understand what happened beneath the mountain had only just begun. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Memory Beneath the Mountain. Silence, Denial, and the Long Road to Recognition. When the trials concluded and the immediate urgency of prosecution faded, Mittelbau-dora entered a different phase of existence, one defined not by barbed wire and quotas, but by silence. The war had ended, governments had shifted, and Europe was redrawing its political and moral boundaries. Yet the tunnels beneath the Harz Mountains remained, carved into stone, holding a history that was still too raw for many to face directly. In the early post-war years, the site did not immediately become a place of widespread remembrance. Germany itself was divided into occupation zones, and soon into two states, East and West, each shaping its narrative of the past in distinct ways. Mittelbau-dora fell within the Soviet occupation zone, which would become the German Democratic Republic. That political context influenced how the camp was interpreted and presented. In the East German narrative, emphasis was often placed on political prisoners and anti-fascist resistance. The suffering of communist detainees was foreground, while the broader complexity of victims, including Jews deported from across Europe, forced laborers of many nationalities, and prisoners of war, sometimes received less individualized attention. Memory became structured within ideological frameworks, shaped by the priorities of the state. Yet beneath official narratives, survivors remembered in more personal, more fragmented ways. Some former prisoners returned to the region in the late 1940s and 1950s, standing at the edge of the sealed tunnels. For them, the landscape was not abstract, carried sound and smell. It held the memory of shouted orders, of tools striking rock, of men coughing in the dust-filled air. The mountain was not merely geology, it was a witness. Efforts to preserve the site gained momentum gradually. Survivors formed associations, writing letters, advocating for plaques, for recognition, for accurate documentation. They understood that physical spaces carry authority. If the tunnels were allowed to decay unnoticed, the story might erode with them. By the 1960s, broader shifts in public consciousness began to alter the landscape of memory across Europe. Younger generations questioned their parents about the war. Trials of former Nazi officials in West Germany reignited debate. International scholarship on the Holocaust expanded, bringing attention to sites beyond the most infamous extermination camps. Mittelbau-dora entered that expanding field of study. Historians examined how the V2 program intersected with forced labor, how civilian industries collaborated with the SS, and how the demands of total war intensified exploitation. The camp was no longer viewed solely as a subcamp of Buchenwald, but as a major node in the wartime network, a place where technological ambition and ideological cruelty converged. This shift required confronting uncomfortable truths. The rockets built in the tunnels had become symbols of scientific advancement. In the post-war period, rocket technology advanced rapidly, forming the foundation of space exploration and missile defense systems. Some of the engineers associated with the V2 program were integrated into new national projects. Their technical expertise was celebrated, even as the conditions under which their earlier work had been produced were slowly revealed in greater detail. That duality, progress emerging from suffering, complicated remembrance. Visitors to the site encountered not only the memory of starvation and beatings, but also the lingering presence of machinery and design. The same tunnels that had confined prisoners would later be interpreted as milestones in aerospace development. The moral tension between innovation and exploitation remained embedded in stone. As decades passed, memorialization efforts became more structured. Sections of the tunnels were stabilized and open to the public. Exhibitions were developed to contextualize the camp within the broader history of the Nazi concentration camp system. Photographs, documents, and survivor testimonies were assembled into coherent narratives. The tone of these exhibitions evolved over time. Early displays emphasized statistics and official records. Later approaches focused more on individual stories. Letters smuggled out, fragments of diaries, names etched into lists. The shift reflected a broader understanding that remembrance requires personal connection, not only documentation. Survivors continued to visit as long as they were able. Their presence transformed the space. When a former prisoner stood inside the tunnel and described where he had slept, where a friend had collapsed, where an execution had taken place, the abstract became immediate. Stone and steel turned into lived experience. But memory is fragile. As the survivor generation aged, institutions faced a new responsibility: preserving testimony beyond the lifespan of those who could speak directly. Oral histories were recorded. Archives were digitized. Educational programs expanded to reach younger audiences. The question became not only what happened at Dora, but how that knowledge would endure when living witnesses were gone. Political shifts after German reunification in 1990 brought renewed attention to sites in the former East. Funding increased for preservation. Collaborative research between historians from different regions enriched understanding. Dora's history was integrated more fully into international scholarship on forced labor and industrialized warfare. The memorial site today presents a layered narrative. It acknowledges the camp's role within the concentration camp system, its connection to the V2 program, and the multinational composition of its prisoners. It addresses both the brutality of daily life and the structural forces that sustained the camp's operation. Visitors descend into sections of the tunnels, experiencing the oppressive scale of the underground chambers. The air feels cooler, the light dimmer. Even in silence, the space carries weight. Interpretive panels provide context, but the stone itself communicates something wordless, a reminder that systems can be constructed not only to build, but to break. Memory at Mittelbau-dora is therefore not static. It continues to evolve as scholarship deepens and perspectives shift. Debates persist about representation, about how to balance technological history with human suffering, about how to ensure that complexity does not obscure accountability. The long road to recognition illustrates a broader truth about historical memory. Sites of atrocity are not self-explanatory. They require sustained effort by survivors, historians, educators, and communities to remain visible within public consciousness. Without that effort, silence can return, not through deliberate concealment, but through gradual neglect. Mittelbau-dora stands today because individuals insisted that it should, because testimony was recorded, because archives were preserved, because the mountain, once sealed and shadowed, was opened again for examination. The reckoning that began in courtrooms thus extended into decades of remembrance work. Each plaque, each exhibit, each guided tour represents another step in resisting erasure. And yet, remembrance is not only about looking backward. It also asks questions of the present. How do modern societies ensure that industrial ambition does not override ethical boundaries? How do institutions prevent the dehumanization that allows exploitation to become routine? How do we recognize early signs of systems drifting toward cruelty? The tunnels beneath the Harz Mountains cannot answer those questions directly, but they compel them. In the next segment, we will consider the broader legacy of Mittelbau-dora, how its history intersects with contemporary discussions of technology, labor, and moral responsibility, and what lessons continue to resonate far beyond the mountain where forced labor once fueled rockets into the sky. Chapter 8, Segment 3. The lessons beneath the stone: technology, responsibility, and the human cost. Long after the last prisoner left the tunnels of Mittelbau-dora, the rockets continued their journey, not physically, but symbolically. The V-2 became a bridge between eras. It marked the transition from wartime weapon to peacetime aspiration. It laid foundations for missile systems and, eventually, for space exploration. Yet beneath every discussion of propulsion and trajectory lies an uncomfortable truth. These machines were built by men who were starved, beaten, and worked to death inside a mountain. This tension forms one of the most enduring legacies of Mittelbau-dora. History often separates innovation from context. It celebrates achievement while isolating it from the conditions that produced it. But Dora resists that separation. It demands that technology be viewed not as neutral progress, but as something shaped by political systems, economic pressures, and moral choices. The rockets did not emerge from empty laboratories. They emerged from a concentration camp. The engineers who designed the V-2 focused on equations, materials, and performance. The SS focused on quotas, discipline, and output. The prisoners were positioned between these forces, treated as replaceable components in a vast mechanism. The system functioned because each layer concentrated on its assigned task. No single individual had to confront the entire moral structure at once. That fragmentation of responsibility is one of the most important lessons the camp offers. When accountability is divided, when decisions are broken into small technical steps, cruelty can become procedural. One office drafts transport schedules. Another oversees labor allocation. Another monitors production targets. Each department may claim limited scope, limited knowledge, limited agency. Yet together, they create an apparatus capable of immense harm. At Mittelbau-dora, paperwork determined life expectancy. Lists of numbers translated into bodies in tunnels. Productivity charts replaced human faces. The language of industry, output, efficiency, deadlines, masked the reality that workers were dying in large numbers. In examining this structure, historians have emphasized that the camp was not an accident of chaos. It was organized. It was documented. It was managed. The SS administration maintained meticulous records. Contracts were signed with private firms. Reports were submitted to Berlin. The machinery of exploitation functioned within a framework that appeared orderly and rational. This is what makes Dora especially significant in discussions of modernity. The camp was not a medieval dungeon. It was part of a technologically advanced state pursuing ambitious scientific goals. Its existence challenges the assumption that progress in knowledge automatically leads to progress in morality. The same society capable of complex engineering was also capable of systemic brutality. Visitors standing in the tunnels today often reflect on this contradiction. The scale of the underground chambers suggests grand ambition. Yet the human cost embedded in those walls tempers any admiration for technical accomplishment. The site asks whether advancement can truly be separated from the conditions under which it occurs. The broader legacy of Mittelbau-dora extends beyond Germany. After the war, as global powers competed in the early stages of the Cold War, rocket expertise became highly valuable. Former engineers associated with the V2 program were recruited into new national projects. Some of their past connections to forced labor camps were minimized or contextualized within geopolitical urgency. This raises further ethical questions. How do societies weigh immediate strategic needs against historical accountability? How do they integrate individuals with complex pasts into new institutions? To what extent should technological knowledge be disentangled from the circumstances of its origin? These debates continue among historians and ethicists. They reflect the enduring complexity of Dora's story. The camp cannot be reduced to a single narrative of villainy or victimhood. It exists at the intersection of ideology, industry, and ambition. For survivors, however, the lesson was more immediate. Many who endured the tunnels emphasized the importance of recognizing the humanity that the system tried to erase. They spoke of small acts of solidarity, sharing food, offering a blanket, whispering encouragement. These gestures did not dismantle the machinery of oppression, but they preserved something essential within it. In post-war interviews, survivors often returned to the idea of choice. Not the choice to control the system that was beyond them, but the choice to remain human within it. They described moments when cruelty was met with quiet resistance, when despair was countered by determination. These memories complicate the image of prisoners as passive victims. They reveal resilience amid overwhelming force. As the decades passed, educational initiatives incorporated these perspectives into curricula. Students visiting the memorial site are encouraged not only to learn dates and statistics, but to consider the ethical dimensions of obedience, ambition, and indifference. The history of Dora becomes a framework for discussing broader themes: the relationship between science and society, the responsibilities of professionals, and the risks of dehumanizing language. In a world that continues to innovate rapidly, these questions remain relevant. Modern technologies, from artificial intelligence to advanced weaponry, carry immense potential. They also carry risk. The story of Mittelbau-dora serves as a reminder that technical expertise does not absolve moral responsibility. Engineers, administrators, and policymakers operate within systems that can amplify either benefit or harm. Awareness of historical precedent can inform present choices. The mountain in the Harz does not offer easy answers. It does not prescribe policy or dictate solutions, but it provides a case study in what happens when ambition is severed from empathy, when production targets eclipse human welfare, when ideology frames certain lives as expendable. The preservation of the site ensures that these reflections are not abstract. Visitors confront physical space, the narrow tunnels, the rough stone, the scale of excavation. They imagine the labor required to carve such chambers by hand. They consider the exhaustion, the dust, the darkness. The environment itself fosters contemplation. Mittelbau-dora's legacy is therefore twofold. It is a testament to suffering, and it is a cautionary narrative about systems. It illustrates how modern institutions can be mobilized for destructive ends, and how recovery from such mobilization requires sustained engagement with memory. As we conclude this chapter, the tunnels remain silent, vast, and unyielding. They remind us that history is not confined to the past. It echoes in present structures and future decisions. In the next chapter, we will return to the final months of the camp's operation, examining how the approaching Allied forces intensified both desperation and brutality, and how the collapse of the regime revealed the full extent of what had taken place beneath the mountain. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Collapse approaches. The Reich crumbles and Dora tightens its grip. By the winter of 1944 into early 1945, the war that had once seemed unstoppable for Nazi Germany was collapsing on every front. Cities burned under Allied bombing. The Red Army pushed relentlessly from the east. American and British forces crossed into Western Germany. The promise of a 1,000-year Reich was dissolving into rubble and retreat. But inside the tunnels of Mittelbau-dora, production orders did not slow. If anything, they intensified. The closer defeat came, the more desperately the regime clung to its so-called miracle weapons. The V-2 rocket was presented as a last hope, a technological answer to strategic disaster. Officials in Berlin demanded higher output, faster assembly, and fewer delays. Reports traveled up the chain of command with increasing urgency. Every rocket completed was treated not merely as a weapon, but as proof that the system still functioned. Inside the mountain, however, the system was cracking. Air raids disrupted transportation lines. Supply chains faltered. Raw materials arrived late or in damaged condition. Skilled workers were scarce. Many German technicians had been drafted or reassigned. The burden shifted even more heavily onto prisoners, who were already exhausted from months of brutal labor. Food rations, never adequate, grew smaller. Malnutrition weakened bodies already worn thin. Disease spread more rapidly through overcrowded barracks. Medical care was minimal and often punitive. Those deemed too sick to work risked transfer to other camps or execution. The calculus of expendability became harsher as time grew shorter. The SS leadership at Dora faced a dilemma. On one hand, they were ordered to maintain production at any cost. On the other, they understood that Allied forces were advancing steadily. The possibility of capture loomed. As news filtered in from other regions, stories circulated of camps being overrun and exposed. Documentation seized. Survivors freed. Evidence photographed. At Dora, administrators began quietly reviewing files. Records were sorted. Some documents were destroyed. Others were relocated. The effort to conceal traces of the camp's operations became intertwined with the drive to continue manufacturing rockets. This dual objective, produce more, hide more, created an atmosphere of mounting tension. Prisoners sensed the shift. Guards appeared more anxious. Inspections grew sharper. Punishments became unpredictable. Rumors spread quickly through whispered conversations in the tunnels. Some believed liberation was near. Others feared evacuation, the forced marches that had already begun at camps closer to the front. Evacuation carried its own terror. In previous months, prisoners transferred under chaotic conditions had endured exposure, starvation, and summary executions. The term death march was not abstract. It described a pattern. As camps emptied, prisoners were driven across frozen landscapes with minimal food or shelter. Those who collapsed were shot. Within Dora, uncertainty amplified fear. Meanwhile, the engineering staff continued their tasks with mechanical focus. Rockets were assembled, tested, and transported. Launch sites in the Netherlands and elsewhere fired missiles toward Allied cities. Each launch represented labor extracted from the tunnels. Yet, as the war turned decisively against Germany, the strategic impact of these weapons diminished. They inflicted damage, but they could not alter the outcome. This reality did not reduce the demands placed on prisoners. Instead, it reinforced a tragic irony. The suffering intensified even as its military purpose evaporated. In early 1945, the camp population swelled further due to transfers from other facilities threatened by advancing armies. Overcrowding worsened conditions in barracks already strained. Water supplies were insufficient. Sanitation systems failed. Typhus and other illnesses spread more rapidly. Mortality rose sharply. For many inmates, the final months became the deadliest period of their imprisonment. The SS hierarchy itself was fragmenting. Communication lines were disrupted. Orders from Berlin sometimes contradicted local realities. Some officials contemplated escape. Others doubled down on discipline. The ideological conviction that had animated the system for years collided with the practical recognition that defeat was inevitable. In this unstable environment, cruelty could become arbitrary. Some guards reacted with desperation, lashing out violently. Others displayed signs of fatalism, enforcing routines with diminished intensity. The authority structure remained intact on paper, but its confidence was eroding. Within the prisoner population, survival strategies adapted once more. Networks that had quietly shared information now focused on interpreting signs of imminent change. Individuals watched the skies for Allied aircraft. They listened for distant artillery. Every rumor of advancing troops was weighed against the risk of reprisal. The tunnels themselves felt different in those weeks. Production lines continued, but the air carried an undercurrent of anticipation. Workers wondered whether they would leave the mountain alive, and if so, how. Liberation promised freedom, but it also carried uncertainty. No one knew how guards would react in the final hours. Some prisoners feared mass executions designed to eliminate witnesses. Others believed the SS might abandon the camp entirely. History had shown both possibilities in other locations. The unpredictability of the regime's final actions intensified psychological strain. Outside the mountain, Germany's infrastructure was collapsing. Rail lines were bombed. Roads clogged with refugees and retreating units.
Civilian morale deteriorated.
The illusion of total control that had once characterized the regime disintegrated into fragments. Yet at Dora, the machinery of coercion still functioned. Roll calls were conducted, work shifts assigned, quotas enforced. Even in decline, the system attempted to preserve its structure. This persistence illustrates one of the most unsettling aspects of the camp's history. Systems built on bureaucracy and routine do not simply dissolve when political authority weakens. They can continue operating until directly interrupted. As Allied forces drew closer to central Germany in the spring of 1945, the decision point approached. The SS command at Dora would soon determine whether to evacuate, destroy evidence, or attempt some combination of both. For the prisoners, time felt suspended between terror and hope. Each day could be the last under the mountain, but whether that meant death or liberation remained uncertain. In the next segment, we will examine the evacuation orders that finally came, the chaotic marches that followed, and the final unraveling of Mittelbau-dora as the Third Reich collapsed around it. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Evacuation and Death Marches. The Final Ordeal. By March and April of 1945, the sound of war was no longer distant from Mittelbau-dora. Allied forces were advancing rapidly into central Germany. Cities fell in quick succession. The illusion that the camp could remain untouched dissolved. Orders began to circulate through SS channels. The prisoners were not to be left behind. The regime had learned from earlier liberations. Camps captured intact had revealed too much. Evidence of forced labor, starvation, and mass death that could not be denied. At Majdanek and elsewhere, the world had seen the machinery of the system exposed. This time, the SS would attempt to remove both witnesses and proof. Evacuation plans were drafted with cold efficiency. Lists were compiled. Columns were organized. Guards prepared for transport. For the prisoners, the rumors became reality overnight. Instead of reporting to the tunnels for rocket assembly, many were ordered into formation. Those too weak to stand were often left behind in barracks, where survival chances were minimal. The rest were forced to march. The term Death March was not an exaggeration. The routes led westward, away from approaching American forces. Thousands of emaciated men, already weakened by months or years of underground labor, were driven across roads and fields under armed guard. Food was scarce, water even scarcer. The early spring weather offered little comfort. Cold rain, freezing nights, and muddy roads slowed progress. Anyone who collapsed risked immediate execution. Guards shot stragglers or left them to die by the roadside. Witness accounts describe bodies scattered along the path, sometimes buried hastily, often not at all. The columns moved forward regardless. The marches were chaotic. German infrastructure was collapsing. Civilians fled in the opposite direction. Military units retreated in disarray. Refugees crowded the roads. Amid this confusion, the prisoner columns remained rigidly controlled by SS personnel determined to complete their orders. Some transports were conducted by rail. Prisoners were crammed into freight cars with minimal ventilation and no sanitation. The journeys lasted days, sometimes longer than expected due to bomb tracks or rerouted lines. Conditions inside the cars mirrored earlier deportations in reverse: suffocation, dehydration, and death in transit. Inside the columns, survival depended on fragile networks. Prisoners supported one another when possible, sharing scraps of bread, steadying those on the verge of collapse. In some groups, informal leaders attempted to maintain cohesion, knowing that isolation increased vulnerability. But exhaustion eroded solidarity. As miles passed beneath blistered feet, hunger and weakness consumed physical reserves. Some prisoners walked in a haze, driven only by instinct to move forward. Others calculated risks. Could they escape under cover of darkness? Would nearby villagers help or betray them? The answers varied. In certain areas, civilians avoided the columns entirely, fearful of association. In others, isolated acts of compassion occurred. A piece of bread offered quietly, a bucket of water placed along the road. Yet such gestures could not alter the overall brutality of the march. The SS guards themselves operated under strain. They were aware that defeat was imminent. Some feared capture and prosecution. Others remained ideologically committed to the end. This combination of panic and fanaticism made their behavior unpredictable. The objective remained consistent: move the prisoners away from advancing troops and prevent their liberation in place. Back at Dora, those too ill to march faced a different fate. Some were abandoned as guards withdrew. Others were left in conditions so dire that survival was unlikely without immediate medical aid. When American forces eventually reached the camp, they found remnants. Prisoners who had not been evacuated, many on the brink of death. The evacuation fractured the camp's population into scattered groups across central Germany. Some columns were intercepted by Allied troops before reaching their intended destinations. Others wandered for days as orders disintegrated and command structures collapsed. For many prisoners, liberation did not occur at the gates of Dora, but on roadsides, in forests, or in small towns overtaken by advancing armies. The moment of freedom often came unexpectedly. Guards fleeing at the sound of artillery, abandoning their charges. In some cases, prisoners were simply left alone, unsure whether the danger had truly passed. The psychological impact of these final weeks was immense. After surviving the tunnels, the hunger, and the brutality, prisoners faced yet another ordeal just as the end approached. The promise of liberation was visible on the horizon, yet death remained close at hand. Historians estimate that thousands perished during the evacuations connected to Mittelbau-dora and its subcamps. Exact numbers are difficult to determine due to incomplete records and the chaos of the regime's collapse. What is certain is that the death toll during these marches rivaled some of the worst months inside the camp itself. The evacuation demonstrates a stark reality about the final phase of the Holocaust and the concentration camp system. Even in defeat, the machinery of persecution continued. The drive to control, to conceal, and to eliminate witnesses persisted until the very last days. As April 1945 progressed, American forces advanced deeper into Thuringia. Columns thinned, guards deserted. The coherence of the evacuation effort unraveled. For the survivors, liberation was not a triumphant moment but a fragile threshold. Many were too weak to celebrate. Their bodies bore the marks of prolonged starvation and forced labor. Disease followed them. Trauma lingered. Yet the system that had confined them was collapsing. In the next segment, we will examine the liberation of Mittelbau-dora itself, the discovery of the tunnels by Allied troops, and the first efforts to document what had occurred beneath the mountain, a place where technology and terror had converged in one of the most haunting chapters of the war. Chapter 9, Segment 3. Liberation and Discovery. The tunnels revealed. In early April 1945, as the Third Reich crumbled on every front, American forces moved cautiously through central Germany. Town after town fell with little resistance. The speed of the advance surprised even seasoned officers. Yet what they would soon discover near the Harz Mountains was something no battlefield briefing had prepared them for. Mittelbau-dora did not present itself as a typical concentration camp. There were barracks, guard towers, and wire, but the true center of the complex lay hidden beneath the earth. From the outside, it appeared industrial, almost unremarkable. The mountain concealed the secret. When American troops reached the area around Nordhausen, they encountered scattered evidence first. Abandoned facilities, partially evacuated subcamps, and civilians who spoke in fragments about underground factories. The SS had fled in haste, destroying certain records but unable to dismantle the tunnels themselves. The vast subterranean network remained intact. As soldiers approached the Dora complex, the scale of neglect became visible. Prisoners who had not been evacuated, those too ill or too weak to march, lay inside overcrowded barracks. Many were skeletal, their bodies reduced to bone and skin. Some were barely conscious. Others had already died in the final days before liberation. The first impressions were of silence. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of abandonment. The guards were gone. The routines had stopped. The system that had once operated with ruthless precision had evaporated almost overnight. Medical units were called forward immediately. The condition of the survivors shocked even hardened military doctors. Severe malnutrition, tuberculosis, dysentery, and untreated wounds were common. Many could not digest normal food after prolonged starvation. Careful feeding protocols were required to prevent fatal complications. But the most profound revelation lay within the tunnels. American investigators, accompanied by engineers and intelligence officers, descended into the underground complex. The corridors stretched for miles, massive concrete-lined passages carved into solid rock. Electric lighting flickered in places. Machinery stood abandoned mid-task. Assembly lines for V-2 rockets remained visible, tools scattered as if the workers had vanished moments earlier. The contrast was stark. This was not a primitive facility. It was technologically advanced, organized, and purpose-built. And it had been powered by prisoners who were treated as disposable components. Inside certain chambers, investigators found evidence of how prisoners had lived during the camp's earliest months underground. Wooden bunks crammed together. Inadequate ventilation.
No prupe sanitation.
The air, even weeks after abandonment, felt heavy. It required little imagination to understand how thousands had perished in these conditions. Documentation teams photographed everything. Film crews recorded images that would later be shown in war crimes proceedings. The goal was clear: preserve the evidence before it could be altered or denied. Outside the tunnels, additional discoveries deepened the shock. Mass graves were located in nearby areas. Corpses lay unburied in some sections of the camp. In Nordhausen itself, Allied forces found dozens of bodies stacked in a storage building. Victims who had died in the days immediately preceding liberation. The narrative that emerged was unmistakable. Mittelbau-dora had been both an industrial hub and a place of systematic destruction. The rockets assembled within its mountain chambers would later be studied by American and Soviet scientists. But the cost in human life became an inseparable part of that legacy. Interrogations of captured SS personnel began quickly. Some claimed they had only followed orders. Others minimized their knowledge. A few attempted to portray the camp as necessary for wartime production. Yet survivor testimony, combined with physical evidence, painted a different picture, one of deliberate neglect, calculated brutality, and the acceptance of mass death as routine. For the liberated prisoners, freedom arrived with disorientation. Many had no homes to return to. Some had lost entire families. Displaced persons camps were established to provide shelter, food, and medical care. Recovery was slow. Physical survival did not erase psychological trauma. The discovery of Dora's tunnels contributed to a broader understanding of how deeply the Nazi regime had intertwined industry and persecution. The camp was not an isolated aberration. It was part of a network, a system in which economic ambition and ideological hatred reinforced one another. In the months following liberation, Allied authorities continued to gather documentation. Engineers studied the V2 technology. Prosecutors assembled cases for war crimes trials. Journalists reported on what they had seen. Photographs circulated internationally, challenging any attempt to dismiss the scale of suffering. Mittelbau-dora thus became more than a former camp. It became evidence. Its tunnels, once symbols of secret military innovation, transformed into silent witnesses. The rock walls held no memory in a human sense, yet the records taken from them ensured that what occurred beneath the mountain would not vanish into obscurity. Liberation did not immediately restore dignity or health to the survivors. It marked the beginning of another chapter, one of testimony, justice, and remembrance. Some former prisoners would later speak at trials, describing the forced labor, the starvation, and the daily fear that had defined life underground. Their words gave voice to those who had not survived. By the time Germany formally surrendered in May 1945, Mittelbau-dora stood empty of its former function. The war that had fueled its existence was over. The regime that had created it had collapsed. Yet the physical structures remained, forcing confrontation with what had taken place there. In the final chapter of this documentary, we will examine the post-war trials connected to Mittelbau-dora, the moral reckoning that followed, and the enduring questions raised by a camp where technological achievement was built upon systematic human destruction. Chapter 10, Segment 1. Justice and Reckoning. The Dora trials begin. When the guns fell silent in Europe in May 1945, the question was no longer how to defeat the Third Reich. It was how to confront what it had done. Across the liberated territories, Allied investigators moved methodically through camps, offices, and abandoned headquarters, collecting documents, photographs, and testimonies. Mittelbau-dora was no exception. The tunnels, the records, and the survivors themselves became evidence in what would soon unfold as one of the most significant legal reckonings of the 20th century. The world had already seen the images from places like Buchenwald and Dachau. Now the story of Dora added another dimension, the fusion of advanced military engineering with systematic exploitation and death. The V2 rocket, once touted by Nazi propaganda as a miracle weapon, was now inseparable from the suffering of tens of thousands of forced laborers who had carved tunnels, assembled components, and died beneath the mountain. Allied authorities quickly recognized that accountability would require more than public outrage. It would require structured legal proceedings. The International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg would prosecute major Nazi leaders, but many camp officials fell outside that immediate circle. Specialized trials were therefore organized to address crimes committed within specific camps. Mittelbau-dora became the focus of one such proceeding. The Dora trial, formerly known as the United States of America versus Kurt Andre et al., began in 1947 as part of the subsequent Nuremberg proceedings. 24 former SS officers and officials associated with Mittelbau-dora and its subcamps were indicted. The charges included war crimes, crimes against humanity, and participation in a system of persecution and murder. In the courtroom, the transformation was stark. Men who once wielded absolute authority within barbed wire now sat as defendants under guard. Their uniforms had been replaced by civilian clothing. Their titles, commandant, overseer, engineer, carried no protection. Prosecutors presented evidence meticulously. Survivor testimonies described the starvation rations, the brutal discipline, and the deadly working conditions in the tunnels. Medical experts explained how malnutrition and disease had been allowed to spread unchecked. Engineers testified about the industrial organization of the V2 program and the direct reliance on concentration camp labor. Photographs taken at liberation were displayed in court. Images of emaciated bodies, rows of bunks underground, corpses discovered in Nordhausen. The visual record left little room for denial. Yet many defendants relied on a familiar defense: obedience to orders. They argued that they had been soldiers, administrators, or technical specialists, bound by hierarchy and wartime necessity. Some claimed ignorance of the full scope of suffering. Others insisted that they had improved conditions where possible. The tribunal faced a profound legal and moral question. How should responsibility be assigned within a vast bureaucratic system? Was a commandant more culpable than an overseer? Did an engineer who supervised production share guilt for the deaths of laborers under his authority? These were not abstract debates. They shaped the development of international law. The judges affirmed a principle that would echo far beyond the Dora trial. Following orders does not absolve individuals of responsibility for crimes against humanity. Participation in a system of abuse, when accompanied by knowledge of its brutality, constituted guilt. Verdicts were delivered in December 1947. Several defendants were sentenced to death. Others received lengthy prison terms. A number were acquitted, either for lack of direct evidence or insufficient proof of personal involvement in specific crimes. The sentences themselves did not restore the lives lost within Dora's tunnels, but they established a record. The trial transcripts preserved testimony that might otherwise have faded. They documented the integration of forced labor into a modern weapons program. They affirmed that industrial progress cannot justify systematic cruelty. Outside the courtroom, the legacy of Mittelbau-dora continued to unfold. The V2 rocket technology became a foundation for post-war space exploration. Both the United States and the Soviet Union recruited German engineers who had worked on the program. This complicated history, scientific advancement built on coerced labor, forced societies to confront uncomfortable truths about the relationship between innovation and morality. For survivors, justice was a layered experience. Some found validation in hearing their suffering acknowledged publicly. Others felt that no sentence could adequately address what had been endured. Many struggled to rebuild lives in countries reshaped by war and displacement. In Germany itself, the path toward reckoning was uneven. Initial years after the war were marked by reconstruction and political realignment. Only gradually did public discourse fully engage with the extent of crimes committed in camps like Mittelbau-dora. Memorialization efforts developed slowly, shaped by survivor advocacy and historical scholarship. The Dora trial thus marked both an ending and a beginning. It closed one chapter of direct accountability while opening another chapter of historical responsibility. The underground tunnels, once sealed by secrecy, had become part of the documented record of the Holocaust. Justice, imperfect though it was, established a principle that would guide future generations. Systems do not commit crimes in isolation. Individuals do. And even within vast bureaucracies, moral choice remains possible. In the next segment, we will explore how Mittelbau-dora transitioned from a former site of exploitation to a place of remembrance, and how its history continues to shape conversations about technology, ethics, and the human cost of war. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Memory Beneath the Mountain, From Ruin to Memorial. When the trials concluded and sentences were handed down, Mittelbau-dora did not simply disappear into the past. The tunnels remained. The barracks stood in partial ruin. The mountain still carried the scars of forced excavation. But in the immediate aftermath of war, remembrance was not the first priority. Europe lay in physical and moral wreckage. Cities were rubble. Millions were displaced. The urgency of survival overshadowed the slow work of memory. The region surrounding Nordhausen fell within the Soviet occupation zone, later becoming part of East Germany. Under the new political order, the narrative of camps like Dora was shaped by ideological frameworks. Official commemoration emphasized the suffering of political prisoners and resistance fighters, particularly communists, while the broader, more complex story of Jewish victims and multinational forced laborers was sometimes narrowed by political messaging. Yet survivors did not forget. Many carried vivid memories of darkness underground, of the constant roar of machinery, of hunger that hollowed the body and blurred the mind. Survivor associations formed across Europe, sharing testimonies and pressing for recognition. They wrote memoirs, gave interviews, and returned, when they could, to the sites where they had nearly lost their lives. In the years that followed, portions of the Dora site were dismantled or repurposed. The industrial tunnels, once echoing with assembly lines, became objects of military interest during the early Cold War. For a time, strategic concerns overshadowed historical preservation. The physical remnants of the camp seemed caught between past atrocity and present geopolitical tension. Gradually, however, a shift began. As decades passed, the urgency of historical documentation deepened. Scholars researched transport records, SS files, and production logs. Archaeologists examined the tunnels. Survivors spoke in schools and public forums. The story of Mittelbau-dora expanded beyond a footnote in the history of the V-2 rocket. It became recognized as a central example of how forced labor fueled the Nazi war economy. In 1964, a memorial was established at the site. It was modest at first, a marker, a gathering place for annual commemorations. Over time, the memorial grew into a more comprehensive institution, dedicated not only to honoring victims but to educating future generations. Exhibitions documented the daily life of prisoners, the industrial processes inside the tunnels, and the role of Dora within the broader Mauthausen camp system. Visitors walking through the preserved tunnels today experience an unsettling stillness. The air is cool, the walls damp. Artificial lighting reveals the vast chambers where thousands once worked under constant threat of death. It is difficult to reconcile the silence of the present with the relentless noise of the past. Drills striking stone, machinery clanging, guards shouting orders. The memorial's educational mission emphasizes a central truth. Mittelbau-dora was not an accidental byproduct of war. It was an intentional integration of concentration camp labor into advanced military production. The rockets assembled here were launched against cities in Belgium and Britain, killing civilians even as those who built them were dying in the tunnels. Violence radiated outward in multiple directions. upward through the mountain and across continents. Public memory evolved differently in West and East Germany, shaped by political narratives. After reunification in 1990, historians revisited earlier interpretations. New research broadened understanding of victim groups, including French, Dutch, Polish, Soviet, and Jewish prisoners whose experiences had sometimes been underrepresented. Documentation became more inclusive, acknowledging the multinational character of suffering. Memorialization also raised ethical questions about technological heritage. The V-2 rocket, engineered in these tunnels, became the ancestor of modern space launch systems. Post-war space programs in both the United States and the Soviet Union drew upon German expertise developed at Mittelbau-dora and Piemont. Museums celebrating early rocketry rarely separated innovation from its origins in forced labor. This dual legacy, scientific advancement entwined with exploitation, challenges simple narratives. Can technological progress be admired without confronting the conditions under which it was achieved? How should societies remember achievements born of coercion? The memorial at Mittelbau-dora addresses these questions directly. Exhibits juxtapose rocket components with prisoner testimonies. Photographs of engineers stand alongside images of skeletal laborers. The contrast is deliberate, forcing visitors to consider how bureaucracy, ambition, and obedience converge to produce both innovation and atrocity. Each year, commemorative ceremonies bring survivors, descendants, historians, and students to the site. Names are read aloud. Wreaths are placed. Moments of silence stretch through the tunnels. The echoes no longer carry commands. They carry remembrance. Education programs emphasize that the camp story is not confined to a single nation. Prisoners came from across Europe. The victims represented multiple languages, religions, and political beliefs. Their shared suffering underscores the international scale of Nazi persecution. As time passes and survivor numbers diminish, the responsibility of memory transfers increasingly to institutions and younger generations.
Digital archive préserver testimony.
Virtual reconstructions allow remote visitors to understand the camp's layout. Research continues to uncover overlooked details. Mittelbau-dora today stands as a reminder carved into stone. It reveals how modern systems, efficient, organized, technologically advanced, can be turned toward destruction when guided by ideology devoid of empathy. The mountain that once concealed suffering now exposes it. In the final segment of this documentary, we will reflect on the broader lessons of Mittelbau-dora, what it teaches about obedience, innovation, and the fragile boundary between progress and cruelty. Chapter 10, Segment 3. The Mountain and the Mirror. What Mittelbau-dora teaches us. When we step back from the tunnels of Mittelbau-dora, from the damp rock walls and the rusted rails that once carried rocket parts deeper into darkness, we are left with a question that reaches far beyond this single camp. How did a modern, educated, technologically advanced society transform innovation into annihilation? Mittelbau-dora forces us to confront a disturbing reality. The camp was not built in chaos. It was not the product of irrational frenzy alone. It was organized, scheduled, engineered. The same principles that governed factories and research laboratories, efficiency, precision, productivity, were applied to human beings. The result was a system in which labor became lethal and exhaustion became policy. Inside the tunnels, death was rarely immediate, came gradually. Malnutrition weakened muscles. Infections spread untreated. Accidents crushed bones beneath machinery. Executions followed alleged sabotage or attempts to resist. The violence was continuous but bureaucratically managed, recorded in ledgers and daily reports. This is what makes Mittelbau-dora so unsettling. It reveals how cruelty can operate without spectacle. There were no public parades announcing extermination. There was no grand declaration inside the tunnels that declared men disposable. Instead, paperwork assigned quotas. Engineers demanded output. Guards enforced discipline. And slowly, predictably, thousands died. The rockets assembled there, V-2 weapons launched against London and Antwerp, represented technological ambition. They were symbols of scientific achievement, praised by Nazi leadership as marvels of engineering. Yet beneath every metal casing lay the suffering of those who had been forced to construct them. Innovation was inseparable from exploitation. After the war, many of the engineers connected to the rocket program continued their careers elsewhere. Some became central figures in post-war aerospace programs. Their technical knowledge was valued, sometimes prioritized above moral accountability. Meanwhile, the laborers who perished underground remained largely unknown, their names recorded only in fragmented transport lists and burial reports. This contrast highlights a broader moral tension: how societies reconcile achievement with atrocity. Can technological progress be separated from the conditions that produced it? Or must remembrance include both the brilliance and the brutality intertwined within it? Mittelbau-dora also challenges the comforting notion that only monsters commit monstrous acts. The camp's operation depended on administrators who filed forms, clerks who recorded prisoner numbers, technicians who inspected machinery, and guards who followed orders. Many saw themselves as performing necessary duties within a national emergency. History reminds us that systems rarely collapse into cruelty overnight. They evolve. Ideology shapes policy. Policy shapes institutions. Institutions normalize behavior. By the time the tunnels at Dora were filled with forced laborers, years of legal discrimination, propaganda, and repression had already conditioned society to accept exclusion and dehumanization. The mountain above the tunnels appears serene today. Grass grows where barracks once stood. Visitors walk quietly along marked paths. Yet beneath the surface remains a physical reminder of what occurred. Chambers carved by hands that were never meant to survive the task. As the last survivors age and pass away, responsibility shifts. Memory is no longer carried solely by those who endured the tunnels. It belongs to educators, historians, students, and citizens. Each generation must decide whether remembrance becomes ritual or understanding. The lesson of Mittelbau-dora is not only about Nazi Germany. It is about systems of power and obedience. It is about how language can disguise violence, how production targets can conceal human suffering, how efficiency can justify exploitation. It warns that when ideology strips individuals of dignity, institutions can become instruments of destruction without appearing chaotic. In the final months of the war, as Allied forces approached, the SS evacuated prisoners on death marches. Thousands perished on roads leading away from the tunnels. Even in collapse, the system sought to preserve secrecy and maintain control. But the evidence remained: the tunnels, the bodies, the testimonies. Liberation did not erase trauma. Survivors carried physical scars and psychological wounds long after the war ended. Many struggled to rebuild lives in countries still grappling with the scale of the catastrophe. Their accounts became vital in shaping public understanding of forced labor and the Holocaust's industrial dimensions. Today, Mittelbau-dora stands not as a relic of distant cruelty but as a mirror. It reflects the capacity of organized societies to rationalize harm. It asks whether progress without ethics is truly progress at all. To walk through those tunnels is to move through layers of history. Ambition layered over brutality, engineering layered over exhaustion, silence layered over screams long since faded. The darkness is no longer enforced, yet its presence lingers as a reminder. Mittelbau-dora teaches that genocide does not require chaos alone. It can arise from meticulous planning, from the cold alignment of ideology and industry. can hide beneath technical achievement and national pride. And so the story does not end with liberation or trials. It continues wherever institutions value output above humanity, wherever obedience overrides conscience, wherever difference becomes justification for exclusion. The mountain remains. The tunnels endure. They speak quietly now, not in the roar of machinery, but in the silence of memory. In remembering Mittelbau-dora, we remember more than a camp. We remember a warning carved into stone, that progress without compassion can descend into darkness, and that vigilance, moral, civic, human, is the only safeguard against repetition. The tunnels are silent now. The machinery has stopped. The guards are gone. The war has ended. But memory remains. Mittelbau-dora was not only a place of forced labor. It was a place where modern engineering and modern cruelty collided beneath a mountain. A place where rockets meant for the sky were built in darkness. Where progress was measured in weapons and paid for in human lives. It reminds us that evil does not always shout. Sometimes it works quietly, efficiently, and with terrifying organization. It reminds us that systems matter, that choices matter, that silence matters. As we close this chapter, we remember the prisoners who carved tunnels through stone, who endured hunger, violence, and exhaustion, and who carried the truth forward after liberation. Their voices are the reason this history survives. If this documentary helped you understand this chapter of history more deeply, take a moment to reflect and to share. Memory only survives when it is passed on. And if you value calm, deeply researched historical documentaries designed to help you learn while you rest, consider subscribing to the channel. Every week, we explore the stories behind the headlines, the systems, the decisions, the human lives, so that history is not just remembered but understood. Thank you for watching, and never forget,